Hello and welcome to the Free Pixel channel. My name is Jacob, as this is the point and click adventure game Gilbert Goodmate. I used to play this as a child. I also tried to play this and record it earlier, but thanks to a bit of a problem, I need to record it again. So I've started off a bit and gotten on foot, remembering some old stuff about it.
Many centuries ago, an evil wizard lived in a country far away. The wizard was very powerful, and his only wish was to conquer the world.
Like you do.
His name was Karn, and for years he ruled the country from his castle near the small village of Fungoria.
Fools! Is there no one else in this country with intelligence?
Most likely not.
An entire world could be mine to command, and still these peasants choose to disobey me. Who will you send to face me this time? Fools. Marvin's not too old.
Marvin? He's barely a man. What good can he do against Khan? The wizard is too powerful. He'd never stand a chance.
We've already lost our best men. The boy, he's a fool.
We'll have to let him try. We'll have to let him try.
I really don't understand this 3D opening. The rest of the game is pixels.
He
Just sort of
doesn't
seem
stand
like
a chance.
an odd thing.
Where am I?
They send a boy to face me. You will die.
Yeah, I'm with the evil guy. What the fuck are you doing? How would you react to that? You're
And
about
so
to kill someone and they
was
decide
saved.
to pick up a giant mushroom.
It is a miracle. Look, he did it.
The wizard's body was buried in a place that has been long forgotten. The mushroom was placed on the square in Fungoria, and every year a festival would be held so the citizens would never forget how the world was saved. During each festival, a new citizen would be elected to keep the mushroom safe for another year. And so it has been, year after year, without fail, until today.
Of course, otherwise we wouldn't have a story, now would we?
I wonder if Gilbert is awake.
Yes, we seem to be awake.
Dear Gilbert, I've gone to take care of the mushroom. There are fresh biscuits on the table for breakfast. Love, Grandpa. Hi, Grandpa. What is he doing? Look out! Oh no! This is terrible! I've got to get down there.
Yeah, so the text is in Swedish. I don't know why. I tried to look for an option to change it or something. I mean, I can do that, so you don't have to look at it. At least when they talk.
It's the extra super heavy duty model.
But the other text around will still be in Swedish.
Let's see. Dental floss, toothbrush, hair grease. I can take on a whole army with this stuff.
Of course you can, Gilbert.
Grandpa's biscuits. They usually look a lot better than they taste. When I meet up with the crook who took that mushroom, I'm gonna let him have it. Then I'll have a nap while I wait for the authorities to arrive. There's nothing in there. Well, okay, there's something in there, but nothing that I need. I really don't need anything out of that drawer. It's full of Grandpa's underwear. I really don't need anything out of that drawer. It's full of Grandpa's underwear. There is no monster under the bed. The only things under there are dust bunnies. Here, little dust bunny. Don't be afraid. Gotcha. You're a cute little fella, aren't you? If you need anything, just, well, make dust bunny noises, I guess. Hop up and down or something.
Sounds great. Yes, I already have played through this fairly not too long ago since I tried to record it. I have played through a fair bit of it, but the recording broke, so I can't use it. However, I also played it through yesterday when I was younger.
Maybe I can make some kind of glue out of this.
So I'm going to try to play through it a little quickly.
Kind of like picking a tree booger, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. The problem was with the resolution or the screen or whatever you're supposed to say.
Hey, it fits!
You may notice that it seems a little odd
this could take a
how
while.
I'm recording this. And it's the best I can do. But I still want to record this game.
I don't remember this mountain being so tall. Uh-oh. How am I going to fix this?
With some super glue that you make in your kitchen.
I wonder how much of this Grandpa uses. Maybe a little bit more. I think I'll throw the whole bag in. This is harder than I thought. It doesn't look much like biscuit dough. More like biscuit glue. Now it's even stickier. Now it's even stickier. Now it's even stickier. I better fix the crank before this stuff hardens too much. That ought to do it. I wonder how long it'll take to dry. Wow, it's as strong as it was before. Did that glue ever dry fast? Now I can finally get down from here. That's the button to bring the elevator back up when it's down.
Except only when it's windy outside.
Going down? Whoa!
I will probably get stuck somewhere along the way anyways.
What a waste of a perfectly good tree. It says, Mr. or Mrs. Abraham Goodmate, you could be a winner in our $1 million Publishers Cleaning Home Sweepstakes. Just match the enclosed prize sticker to the enclosed prize chart and use the enclosed prize spinner wheel to see if you're the lucky man or woman. Then fill out our quick and easy prize acceptance and liability negation forms, and you could be a winner. At the very bottom it says, no purchase necessary to enter, a large purchase necessary to claim any prize. Contest void where prohibited by law, but don't bother checking, please.
Of course.
Hello in there. Okay.
Perhaps with a strap in dark blue instead. Gilbert, I need to talk to you. Your grandfather's in terrible danger.
Danger? What?
The sheriff is planning to have your grandfather executed.
Executed? But it wasn't his fault.
Your grandfather swore an oath to protect the mushroom with his life. The people in the court, Gilbert, they demanded that your grandfather pay with his life.
And you let your father agree to this?
He didn't want to, but they accused him of causing the theft, saying it was his fault for trusting the mushroom to a foolish old man. Those were their words, Gilbert. You know I don't think of your grandfather that way. They even tried to blame the sheriff for being away when it happened. But it was my father who sent him to the forest looking for poachers. They said someone had to pay, and it was either your grandfather or my father, the king.
So who did you vote for?
It wasn't an election, Gilbert. Of course I argued against it, but no one was willing to listen. Least of all my father. He may be a kind man, but he's not a very brave king. When the sheriff agreed your grandfather should be executed, my father went pale and said nothing. Now he's locked himself in his chambers and refuses to see anyone.
Well done.
It's time for you to assume the throne.
And rule as queen? I'm
Yeah,
afraid
sure,
this
why
land
not?
isn't ready for that yet. In 4 years, if all goes according to my plans. But that's beside the point. Your grandfather needs our help now, not 4 years from now.
But who's going to stop the execution?
You are. With my help, of course.
How?
You're going to dress up like the king and show up this evening to stop the execution.
I am?
Here, take this. It has a picture of my father on it.
What is it?
It's this silly collector's card my father gave me. There's a set of cards out there called The Great Kings of History, and my father was disappointed he didn't qualify, since it only covers kings from the past. So he had a new series of cards made just for him.
The great kings of our history to be. I don't look anything like the king.
Well, I guess you'll need a bigger nose, and some sort of robe or cloak. You'll need to gain some weight, too, or at least look bigger. You'll definitely need a crown.
Nothing about the
okay.
facial hair.
What are you gonna do?
I'm going to make
facial
sure my
hair is
father
on
stays in
point.
his room this evening. and plan how I'm going to break the news to him when he does come out.
Okay. I gotta go.
I'll have a new pair ready by tomorrow morning.
Oh, there's no hurry, Saul. By tomorrow afternoon we'll be fine. And thank you.
So, what is the PVA?
It's the reason you've been able to lead a free and happy life, my boy.
I have?
Haven't you ever heard of the PVA?
No.
Pale volcanic ash?
No, Gilbert. The Fungorian Volunteer Army.
We have a volunteer army?
It's the only reason we haven't been invaded by the Viking hordes.
But I thought we were at peace with the Vikings.
That's what they want you to think. But we know better than to trust those horny helmeted barbarians. The
Of course you would.
Fungorian Volunteer Army wasn't fooled by that phony peace agreement, no siree. According to our intelligence reports, the Vikings are planning a massive invasion. We believe that the peace agreement was an attempt to trick us into letting our guard down.
But that peace agreement was signed over 50 years ago.
54 years, 3 months, and 23 days, to be exact. But the PVA sees right through their trickery. Believe you me, in 54 years, we've had time to go over the data, and it's rock solid. The Vikings may seem peaceful enough, but it's just an act. Deep down inside, they've been planning, strategizing, mobilizing, and preparing for an all-out, full-blown, brutal, ugly war.
Do you have any Viking footwear for sale?
I most certainly do not.
So how many volunteers are in the PVA?
Surprisingly few, when you consider what an effective deterrent we've been.
So how many people do you have? Thousands?
Well, no, not quite thousands.
Hundreds?
Hundreds? No, not hundreds.
Dozens? How small is this army?
Well, there are 3 of us,
3?
but we're all highly trained.
How are you gonna hold off an invasion with only 3 people?
Well, actually, we aren't 3 people, exactly.
You mean you're even smaller than that?
No, what I mean is, well, one of our members isn't exactly a people-type person. He's kind of, well, a sock.
A sock?
Yes, a sock.
Meet Sock. He says, "Don't worry, Gilbert, for I, the mighty Sock, fearless wool warrior, am standing guard against the Viking hordes."
A sock?
Yes, a
Sock
sock.
says, "Don't be fooled by my small stature, for I possess the mind of a military genius."
Oh, of course he does.
In
Yes.
addition to being our main strategist, Sock is also the head of our intelligence division, and an expert martial arts instructor, I might add.
Do you have anything in a size 10?
Size 10. Yep, I think I have something. What kind of shoes are you looking for?
Got any cowboy boots, partner?
For gunfighting or horse riding?
Cowgirl chasing.
I think you'd be better off with running shoes.
Do you have any pretty ballet slippers?
I didn't know you were a dancer, Gilbert. Would you like me to make you a pair?
I'm not a dancer, I was just asking.
You sure ask a lot of questions.
I have an inquisitive personality.
Anything else?
Steel-toed, steel-shanked, steel-heeled work boots?
Just sold my last pair to Vandersteen the other day.
How about some military boots?
Like your mama used to wear?
I didn't know she wore military boots.
It's an expression, Gilbert. But yes, I have military boots. They're standard issue when you join the PVA.
I'm not really looking. I was just curious. What are you doing?
Making shoes.
Did you see what happened to my grandfather?
What happened to your grandfather?
Saul, the mushroom was stolen and the sheriff hauled my grandfather away.
Really? Sock, did you know that? Sock says yes. I saw the mushroom get stolen. And I know who did it, too.
Who?
He says a human did it.
Any
It
idea
was
which
the
one?
sock.
Sock says, "Sorry, you people all look alike to me."
That's
And the
BC
thief was
Shelby.
wearing a disguise.
So you didn't see what happened to my grandfather?
That's not very nice, Sock.
What did he say?
He's in a bad mood today, I'm afraid. I think he's feeling lonely, but he won't admit it.
How can he be lonely? There are lots of people around.
That's just it. Lots of people, but no socks. I think he's longing for a female companion.
A female sock.
A nice soft cotton one, preferably.
Of course.
So who's the third PVA member?
That would be Pete Federsky, our bombardment specialist.
You mean Crazy Pete?
His passionate devotion to defending Fungoria is largely responsible for delaying the Viking invasion all these years.
So it's just you, Crazy Pete, and that sock?
His name is Sock, not that sock. Make it sound like he's some sort of footwear.
When do you think the Vikings are going to invade?
It could happen any day now. In fact, intelligence reports indicate that Viking spies have set up a watchtower in the forest, undoubtedly to gather their own intelligence in preparation for the invasion. I tell you, Gilbert, those Vikings are up to no good.
Why would the Vikings want to invade Fungoria?
Because they're Vikings. Invading is just what Vikings do.
Oh, sounds like they haven't been themselves for 54 years then.
Well, unlike a certain young whippersnapper, I was there 54 years ago when they signed the truce. And I remember what it was like when the Vikings weren't so sneaky with their invading. The Fungorian-Viking War was no picnic. But just because they act friendly today doesn't mean they're not planning an invasion. In fact, it makes their planned invasion even more obvious.
Of course it does.
Nice sewing machine you got there.
Yes, it's a special heavy-duty industrial strength sewing machine.
What can it do?
Well, it can sew just about anything. The sewing needle was made by a Japanese swordmaster. It can punch through 4 inches of leather without breaking.
Wow.
It's also constructed of very strong materials. Even the dry belt is extra strong. In all the years I've been making shoes, I've never had to replace that belt.
Of course you haven't.
Bye, Saul.
Bye, Gilbert.
What the shitty thing, Grin.
Something wrong, Gilbert?
No, I'm okay. So, this generosity potion, does it really work?
Would I have sold so many bottles if it didn't?
Well, how many bottles did
Maybe.
you sell?
Well, I prefer not to give out that type of information. But I tell you, I sold lots.
Lots?
Lots and lots.
Lots and lots and lots?
Lots and lots and lots and lots. And lots.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Who's in charge of your ad campaign?
Would you like my poster?
Those posters don't make me feel generous.
Would you like to feel generous?
Does it hurt?
Are you unusually stingy, cheap, or possessive?
I don't think so.
Well, it shouldn't hurt too much then.
I want to buy a bottle.
Now you're talking. But I'm afraid I don't have any bottles left to sell.
What about that bottle on your counter?
That's my last one. If I sell that bottle, I won't have any product left to demonstrate.
If you don't have any product to sell, why do you need a product to demonstrate?
How about a demonstration then?
Well, I can't just let you try the product or you wouldn't need to buy it.
Couldn't you just demonstrate it on yourself?
Well, yeah, I could, but then I'd be so generous I might just give the potion away.
It works that well?
You bet.
I don't believe you. There's no way any potion could do that.
Well, I'll prove it to you. But first, I need to know that you're not going to take the potion away from me.
Of
Would you
course.
sign a contract?
I guess so.
Good. Now all I need is something to write with. And something to write the terms of the contract on.
What is it you need for that contract again?
Something to write with and something to write on.
Hi, Barry. How's business?
It's been great. I sold almost all my stuff.
It's that good?
Good. This stuff is great.
What does it do?
You mean like taste good, cure baldness, treat hangnails, drive warts, and remove stubborn stains?
It'll do all that?
No, but it'll make you feel really generous.
Just how generous could this potion make me feel?
Really generous.
Really, really generous?
Really, really, really generous.
Really, 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 really generous?
Look, just take my word for it.
I gotta go.
Come back anytime.
Of course.
Why are you so sad?
My dad gave me some money.
Well, at least he didn't give you a kick in the pants.
My dad would never try to hurt me. He's an environmentalist.
What difference does that make?
Well,
good
I'm part of the
question.
environment too, you know.
Well, you don't look like you've been reduced, reused, or
Good
recycled.
point.
Oh, my dad takes good care of me. He even gave me money to buy anything I wanted.
That doesn't sound so bad.
He gave me just enough money to spend, and I wanted to get something good with it.
A present for your brother?
I'm an only child.
A present for your mom?
No,
A present for your sister?
I don't have a sister.
What did you want to get?
A double elastic, wide-angle fork, ultra-accurate, super deluxe slingshot.
Cool!
But all I got was this crummy fake nose.
I can use that.
Well, what do you need a super deluxe slingshot for?
Billy and Willie and Joey and me are having a slingshot showdown tomorrow, and they'll all have super deluxe slingshots. If I don't get a super deluxe slingshot, I'm gonna lose for sure.
So what if you lose? Winning isn't everything.
So what? The loser has to kiss Sally Mercer at the Mushroom Festival dance. I don't want to kiss no crummy girl.
You wouldn't win anyway.
I sure would. I'm a much better slingshot shooter than Billy or Willie or Joey. But no one can beat a super deluxe slingshot with just a plain old normal slingshot.
Of course
You
not.
could sabotage their slingshots.
What does that mean?
You know, break their slingshots while they're not looking, so they won't work as well.
Well, that's not very nice. Besides,
Well,
they never
that's
let
the
go of their
point.
super deluxe slingshots. They even sleep with them.
Isn't there something else you could do instead?
We were gonna see who could get Crazy Pete to fire his cannon the most times, but that's too easy. It used to take some skill to trick Crazy Pete into pulling the trigger, but now he's all paranoid that the Vikings are gonna invade. All you have to do is say, look, there's a Viking ship, and he'll shoot. There's no fun in that.
You sure you don't have any money left?
It's all gone.
You sure you don't have any money?
I'm real sure.
Come on, you must have some money left on you.
No.
So, you're saying you don't have any money then?
No, I don't!
Well, okay. But you better not be hiding any change in your socks.
That stupid toy machine wouldn't give me the super deluxe slingshot anyway.
Is there anything I can do?
Do you have a super deluxe slingshot?
No.
Do you have enough money to buy everything in that toy machine?
No.
Is your hand small enough to reach up in the toy machine slot
No.
and pull the super deluxe slingshot out?
Probably not.
Then there's nothing you can do.
So, where is your dad anyway?
We live on a farm outside the city. Dad's busy taking care of Lulabelle.
Who's Lulabelle?
She's our pig, a real nice one. She's won all kinds of awards.
So, why is your dad an environmentalist?
I don't know. He's a farmer. That's pretty environmental. And he reads a lot of environmental magazines. Harold's Harrows, Popular Farm Implements, Recycler's Digest, The Dirty Gardener.
Well, he does sound very environmental.
Well, he is. Some people have a green thumb. My dad's pretty much all green.
I'm Gilbert Goodmate. Who are you?
Tommy Strawmusket. My dad's Guilford Strawmusket, the most famous farmer in the whole world.
Famous?
Well, Dad doesn't like people bothering him at the farm all the time, so he keeps his fame a secret.
Of course he does.
Okay,
Because
well,
fame is
I have
something
to
you
go.
can
Bye,
keep
mister.
a secret from everyone.
The wind and rain must have loosened that stone. Even with my incredible strength, I don't think I could push that stone over the edge by myself. Look! A Viking ship!
I knew it. They're on the attack. Where are they?
I've lost sight of them.
Dang blasted. I can't believe we let them get away like that. Slippery Scandinavians. Papa Victor Alpha Charlie.
Screw you
This is
too,
Papa
buddy.
Victor Alpha Bravo. Enemy vessel sighted with no contact made. Enemy vessel has evaded. I say again, the enemy is no longer in sight. Will advise if situation changes. Out.
Look! There's that Viking ship again!
You won't get away from me this time, you filthy marauders.
You didn't think old Pete would still be on duty, did ya? I'm gonna send you to the bottom of the bay. Where'd they go, Gilbert? Where'd they go?
I don't know, Pete. They just disappeared.
They must be hiding in a trough of a wave. Funny, the sea still looks so calm from up here. Don't worry, Gilbert. I'll spot them. They're not gonna get away. Not on my watch, they're not. Papa Victor Alpha Charlie. This is Papa Victor Alpha Bravo. Enemy vessel seems to have pulled back. Out.
You sure drink a lot of pop.
Well, a man can't defend the coast on pizza alone.
You sure eat a lot of pizza.
It's almost all I eat, especially since the Meow Chow closed down 3 years ago. I sure miss their Oriental Surprise Guy Q special.
You've been eating nothing but pizza for 3 years?
Well, I get the occasional sandwich delivered, and sometimes Saul will bring peanut butter cookies and a can of sardines to share. But I wouldn't mind eating pizza all the time. I love my za.
Looks like you've been up here for a while.
Well, someone has to defend our coast. I used to be part of an elite coastal defense unit, but all the other members moved away during the Great Flood. I was on watch the night the waters receded. You could say I've been waiting for the next watch to arrive ever since. I didn't mind so much at the time. That morning they baptized Princess Michelle, and I had the best view of the procession in all of Fangoria.
But that was over 18 years ago.
Yep, but it's been a very long watch.
Nice cannon.
Isn't she, though? I ordered her from Johnson & Smith's Furniture and Gun Kits catalog. Took me 6 days to put her together, a full 2,317 parts, not counting all the nuts and bolts.
Wow.
You think that's impressive? You should see what this baby can do. She'll pump out cannonballs at the rate of 8 rounds per minute. And with her integrated cooling system, she can maintain that rate of fire as long as necessary. She has a 15-round magazine and an automatic reloader. I don't even have to measure the powder. I just dial in the distance, pull the trigger, and off she goes. She's even got a recoil suppression, so I don't waste any time getting back on target.
That is impressive. Do you get to fire the cannon often?
Not as often as I'd like, but a target presents itself often enough to keep her from losing the taste of battle. The Vikings are planning a large invasion, so I don't dare let my aim get rusty.
So what do you shoot at?
Why, the Viking scout ships, of course. We can't let them return home after reconnoitering our coastal defenses.
We have coastal defenses?
You're looking at him.
Huh.
What if a Viking ship reaches the town?
With me and my cannon on watch? Impossible.
But what if they did?
Did I slice them all into Viking slivers with my sword?
Pete, the Viking ship!
Vikings! I see them, Gilbert! Oh, they thought they could get away, did they? I'm going to sink them. I'm going to... Look at the splashes, Gilbert. The power of my cannon will sink them for sure. Her cannonballs are going to tear the wimpy little long ship to shreds. Hear my cannon, you dirty Vikings! She's going to blow you out of the water! This is my town, Vikings! I'm going to set your ships on fire! Your filthy chest hair is going to burn! I don't see them, by golly, Gilbert. I must have sunk them. I sunk those dirty Vikings so fast I didn't even get to watch them drown. Did you see anything, Gilbert?
No. It all happened so fast.
I told you she'd sink them. What a cannon! What a battle!
Seen any Vikings lately?
Not for almost a week now. I swear those bearded devils are up to something.
Hey, look, a Viking shoots the cannon. Hey, have you seen any Vikings lately? No, not for a week.
She? How do you know your cannon's female?
Isn't it obvious? She has a long and curvaceous body. Her temper scatters sailors by the dozens. And she has a firm grip on 15 balls.
You don't know many real women, do you?
I don't get many female visitors up here, no. But there are plenty of pictures in the Johnson & Smith Furniture and Gun Kit catalog.
Uh-huh.
See you later, Pete.
Watch out for the Vikings, Gilbert.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
It feels heavy. A good, strong sword. Looks like I demolished the toy machine. Hey, Tommy! Tommy! Go ahead and take the slingshot. No, I won't tell anyone if you won't.
Thanks, mister.
There are too many pieces. I don't think I could put it back together again.
It wasn't... No. Come on now.
Hey, a bottle of soap bubbles. Better grab that too. I love free samples. I made a sock puppet. Hey, Saul, guess what?
What?
I found a female sock.
Well, I'll be... What's that? Okay, I'll introduce you. What's her name?
Sockette.
Yes, that is a sexy name, isn't it? He says, "Hi, Sockette." Oh boy, I don't think I'd better repeat that. I think you'd better continue this conversation in private. Well, thanks a bunch, Gilbert.
No
that
problem.
was really nice of you. In
Sure.
fact, I want to give you something. Why don't you take these nice warm slippers?
Thanks.
Don't mention it. It's the least I can do.
Of course.
I don't think I can catch him. Hello, old man.
Well, hello, Gilbert.
What's that song you're whistling?
It's "My heart belongs to the sea, so how am I supposed to pump any blood through my body now?" It's a very famous song by Ludwig van Bothenghasten, the composer.
Nice carving.
Thanks. You know, I tried to carve other things, like a little toy soldier riding a horse,
Oh, that's
and
nice.
a miniature cannon for Crazy Pete. But they just never turn out. These pipes are about the only thing I can make. It's a good
That's
thing
sad.
Guilford Straw Musket wears them out so fast. He's the only one who buys them.
Do you ever go fishing anymore?
No, not any longer. These old bones are too tired, and I can't enjoy the catch anyway. My stomach isn't what it used to be.
Do you miss the sea?
Don't have to, Gilbert. I head out to the sea every day, in my memories.
Well, that's really sad.
Do you know anything about the mushroom thief?
No, but I did see something strange this morning.
A suspicious-looking character sneaking around the docks, talking to himself and looking to rent a boat?
Yes, he was speaking to the man who owns the boat's line in the harbor. How did you know?
Just a lucky guess. Nice pocket knife.
Yep, a fine knife it is. I had this knife since I was a young man. It even saved my life once.
Well, I am going to steal
Can
it.
I have that knife?
Sorry, Gilbert. It means too much to me. And I need it to carve my pipes with.
Poor
Can
old
you tell
man.
me a good fishing story?
You know I can. But let me tell you a different story. I don't think I've ever told you this one before. It's about a pirate treasure.
Pirates? Treasure?
You never heard of the treasure of Bearded Bart the Blasphemer?
Bearded
No,
Bart?
I haven't.
Yes, the Blasphemer. They say he had a mouth on him that could make even the saltiest old roughneck blush like a wee little girl. Never was there a day, they say, when Bearded Bart didn't make everyone around him feel like they were 2 inches tall. He was the most irreverent pirate that ever sailed the 7 seas.
Well done.
Was he mean?
Meaner than any other man who ever breathed the salt sea air.
Was he cruel?
Crueler than any other man who ever stepped from dock to deck.
Did he wear a patch?
No, but they say he always carried one, just in case.
Makes sense if you're a pirate.
What about
I
the
guess.
treasure?
That blasphemous Bearded Bart had been a pirate captain for only a year when he learned of a ship that would be transporting an unimaginable treasure. No one knew exactly what the treasure was, mind you, except that it was a gift from the Emperor Hakimoto to the Queen of Greater Palmador. Well, Bearded Bart set out to intercept that treasure, and he almost did. But the captain of the treasure ship saw him a-coming. Yep, Realizing there was no way he could outrun that pirate ship, the captain went with a landing party to hide the treasure on a nearby island. When he returned to his ship, it was already under attack.
What happened next?
The pirates eventually boarded the ship, failed to find any treasure aboard, and massacred the entire crew.
What about Bearded Bart?
He got a cannonball right in the teeth. He died exactly as he lived, shooting off his mouth.
How did he become a pirate?
Yeah, well, he started out selling encyclopedias. Then one day he was a passenger on a sailing ship that was attacked by a band of ruthless pirates. The story goes that he gave off such a string of curses, it stopped the pirates cold in their tracks. Being a democratic bunch, they immediately held a vote to replace their much less verbally capable captain. From then on, he was known as Bart the Blasphemer.
What about the bearded part?
Oh, well, that got added a few weeks later. Haven't forgotten his shaving kit behind.
Well done.
Bye.
Bye, Gilbert.
That must have been a pretty huge shark.
Shark? Those aren't shark's teeth, Gilbert. Those teeth are from a giant pufferfish.
A giant pufferfish?
Yep, they're very rare.
How did you catch a giant pufferfish?
Luck, mostly. I used jumbo shrimp for bait.
Hello, old man.
Well, hello, Gilbert.
Know any other good stories?
I know lots of stories. But I'm feeling a bit tired now, Gilbert. Maybe I can tell you them some other time.
Okay.
Sure thing, old man.
Bye.
Bye, Gilbert.
Have some nice sleep.
Are you an encyclopedia salesman?
Do I look like an encyclopedia salesman?
Sort of.
I guess not. Are you a tax collector?
Do I look like a tax collector?
Sort of.
Maybe just a little. Are you an escaped convict?
No.
Have you ever been in prison?
Technically speaking, yes, but I've never been arrested.
Are you selling stolen watches?
No,
You don't have a dozen expensive-looking watches hanging on the inside of that overcoat?
not today. Sorry.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all.
Are you a drug dealer?
No. I mean, I can get you what you need.
I don't do drugs.
What's the matter? You don't think I've got the stuff? Hey, man, I can get you the real good poop.
Poop?
Or shit if you prefer.
No thanks. Wait a minute! You're a secret agent, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm a drug dealer.
You don't look like a drug dealer. That overcoat, those shoes, that hat.
I mean,
You are definitely a secret
that's
agent.
sort of how
Okay, bud,
drug
you got me.
dealers look
I'm Agent
as
Hammer
well.
with the PBI.
Sometimes.
Hammer?
Yeah, Armand Hammer. You have a problem with that? Look, it's a good, clean name.
What crime are you investigating?
The possible trafficking of a controlled substance. We have reason to believe there was a large shipment out of Fungoria earlier today.
What controlled substance?
Our sources indicate it was a fungus of some kind.
You mean the mushroom of Fungoria? I didn't know it was a controlled substance.
Our best information is that the mushroom has certain, unusual properties.
What about the little green men?
What little green man?
Aha! I knew there was a cover-up.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't have to deny it. I already know the truth.
Indeed.
So, are you going to catch the mushroom thief?
It's too early in our investigation to make any solid predictions, but we will certainly do everything in our power to see that justice is served.
I bet you guys have a special group feeding the public lies to cover up the truth about the little green men.
You mean Disinformation Team Bravo Sierra?
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
You
I
say
don't
it
believe
doesn't
you.
exist. So then it must, unless you're trying to trick me into thinking it exists when it doesn't.
Stop being a
You don't fool me, mister.
theorist,
Believe whatever you want.
Gilbert.
I do that all the time.
Somehow I'm not surprised.
Me neither.
Are you connected with the PVA?
No. We operate apart from any military government or royal control.
So, then who controls the PBI?
I'm afraid that information is classified.
Come on, you can tell me.
If I did, I'd have to kill you.
On second thought, I'm not really interested. Why did you say you're a drug dealer?
Because I'm operating undercover.
As a drug dealer?
We try to select a profile that will provide us with the most opportunities to solve the case. A drug dealer was the perfect disguise considering the nature of the crime we're investigating.
So you're a spy?
We prefer to call ourselves covert operatives performing clandestine missions in the zone of operations in order to collect information and use it to solve a crime.
Which means you're a spy, right?
Well,
Yes.
it says undercover agent on my business card.
And that means spy.
What do the letters PBI stand for?
The Fungorian Bureau of Investigation.
Never heard of it.
You weren't meant to. Very few people know we exist. It's a lot easier for us to operate that way.
Makes sense.
Would you give your life for your country?
Yes, but only if necessary.
Would you give your life for, say, a small town?
If it was within my zone of operations at the time, sure.
Would you follow me around and be my bodyguard and give your life for me?
I wouldn't count on it.
How sad.
If the PBI is so secret, how did you become an undercover agent?
You know those correspondence courses advertised on the back of matches?
You mean like the Fungorian Institute for Late-in-Life Learning?
Yes. Well, I took an undercover agent correspondence course. Those of us who did well in the course were secretly contacted by the PBI and given the choice to enlist.
What if you said
Well,
no?
that's nice.
That wasn't one of the choices.
Well, that's less nice.
You look suspicious to me.
Why? Is my mustache falling off?
You're not wearing a mustache.
Oh, right. Forget I even mentioned it.
Hey, your mustache is falling off. Ah, made you look. What are you doing?
Nothing.
I gotta go.
No, wait. Here, take some drugs.
I don't do drugs.
Come on, take it, or you'll blow my cover.
No way, I'm not going to rot my brain. Get that stuff away from me.
Calm down. Quiet down already. Look, you don't have to use it. And anyway, it's just a sedative.
A sedative?
Yes, it makes you feel sleepy. But that's about it. Unless you happen to drink a lot of caffeine, then it can knock you right out.
Well done.
Look, just take it so you don't blow my cover, okay?
Oh, all right. Hey there.
Go away, boy. Can't you see I'm busy?
You don't look very busy to me.
I'm celebrating the anniversary of my fearsome beast ceremony. Fergus, tell this boy to leave me alone.
Young Gilbert?
Yeah, okay. What a cranky Viking.
You want cranky? Come here and I'll wipe up the bar with you, you beardless runt.
Now, Arnbjorn.
Hi, Fergus.
Ho, young Gilbert.
What was all that whistling about before I came inside?
Arnbjorn here's quite taken with Sarah, my new waitress. She's quite an attractive young lady.
She's the sexiest fair-haired woman on this whole flat world.
Where is she?
He hides her from us. Fergus, you
God damn
dog.
it.
A woman like that is too good for this place. She should be up north,
course,
watching the
this is
sea,
supposed to be
waiting for my
olden
return.
times.
Ready to sacrifice some bloat and have lots of babies.
Yes, well, she's a shy girl,
So they got
Arnbjorn,
more
and you're a
excuse to
loud,
believe
boisterous
than
man.
today's
I'm a
people.
Viking.
I thought Viking women were all large, hairy things with masculine arms and really bad teeth.
Fergus, if you don't get this runt to shut up, I'm going to skin him for a new pair of pants.
Young Gilbert.
Isn't it hard for Sarah to wait on tables if she's hiding in the stockroom?
Yes, but there isn't really much need for that today. The only other customer besides Arnbjorn here is his friend Snorri over there.
Snorri the Weak. 20 years past his 20th year and still he hasn't slain a fearsome beast. And always, I'm the one who has to take him to find a fearsome beast. And always, I'm the one who has to bring him home, a coward again. I wish I'd never been born on the same day as that coward Snorri.
Have you heard about the mushroom being stolen?
Yes, but I'm sorry to say I didn't see anything. It already happened by the time I opened the bar this morning.
It's not surprising. This is a city full of thieves.
Screw
And you,
you too.
Fergus, with these prices, you're the worst thief of them all.
How's business?
It's been good, especially with the Vikings stopping by here on their trading trips. They must like the
that
brew
makes
here, eh,
sense.
Arnbjorn? Oh.
And the women, too. You should send that young Sarah back out here, Fergus. She'll get lonely hiding in your stockroom so much.
Can you blame her for being afraid of you?
I am a fierce and fearsome man.
I'd like a beer, please.
Gilbert, you know you can't have a beer. You're still too young.
Okay, then I'll have the usual.
Sorry, Gilbert. I'm all out of milk today.
Bye, Fergus.
Take care, young Gilbert.
Where are you from?
From Nesbor, the Viking village to the north, where it's so cold even the women grow beards.
Tell me about the Viking village.
It's a small community where we've lived peacefully ever since the war ended. But most of the time we travel around trading things. Or at least the other real Vikings get to do so.
What do you do for fun in the village?
Oh, lots. We have sports and games like archery and skiing. We have swimming and longboat races. We also entertain guests from other lands. We just built a new tourist information center where you can get information about our history and can go on a guided tour of the village. For instance, you can visit the birthplace of Harg the Merciless, greatest of all the Viking explorers.
What do you do when you're not trading?
Well, we have our yearly slave market festival, which this year features the famous Bjarne Longshot, author of the book How to Avoid Being Hit by Balsa Wood Cannonballs. We also have our stage where various acts perform live at night. Last week, we had Luther van der Handkerchief performing his 5th composition in D minor. Arnbjorn cried like a baby.
He cried? I thought Vikings never cried.
Well, he got a violent stroke in his left eye. Too bad. Van der Handkerchief was a really good composer. May he rest in peace.
Tell me more about your slave market festival.
Every year, we have a festival where we sell slaves to buyers from all over the world. It's a lot of fun. I guess it's something like your mushroom festival.
But you can't sell people. That's barbaric.
Here, you might think it's barbaric, but we have different laws and beliefs. We also celebrate our gods with feasts and make sacrifices so the next year will bring good luck.
So you're saying it's colder up north?
It's so cold, even the polar bears wear long underwear.
Why are you sitting here all by yourself?
I've come south with Arnbjorn over there to hunt a fearsome beast, but I haven't been able to find a fearsome beast anywhere.
So why aren't you at the bar with Arnbjorn?
Arnbjorn wants nothing to do with me today. He's upset that he had to come with me to hunt a fearsome beast. He thinks I'm weak because I've never managed to hunt a fearsome beast.
Alright then.
Shouldn't you be out looking for a fearsome beast?
It's no use. I've been looking for fearsome beasts all week and haven't been able to find a single one. I should have stayed up north to hunt, but it's so cold, and I'd have to walk through all that snow. No, Arnbjorn and I are going back as soon as we deliver some maps to our secret hideout in the woods. He would send me back on my own, but I'm the one who has the key to the hideout.
You have a secret hideout in the woods?
Yes, to the south. It's where we hide our treasure.
Why don't you keep your treasure in the village?
We keep some of our treasure there, but it's better not to keep it all in one place.
If the hideout is a secret, why are you telling me this?
Well, you mustn't tell anyone, but it's very safe. It's guarded 24 hours a day by a fierce Viking named Eric the Brave.
Alright then.
How did you get a key to the hideout?
I won the key from Arnbjorn yesterday in a game of Hefnataffel.
Hefnataffel? What's that?
It's a board game similar to the one you Southerners call chess. It's one of the only things I'm good at. I've had lots of time to play it while the real Vikings were busy with their raids.
You failed the fearsome beast hunt 4 times in a row?
Well, I did manage to hunt one ferocious beast, but none of the other Vikings believes me. I wear that animal's hide on my feet every day, but they still won't let me be a real Viking. It's just not fair.
Those boots are made from a ferocious beast?
Yes, I made them from the hide of an incredibly ferocious cow. You should have seen its big, brown, evil bovine eyes. And its moo could send a terrible chill up any man's spine.
So how did you slay such a fearsome creature?
Well, it died of natural causes. It was quite an old cow, but truly dangerous despite its age.
Alright then.
Are you a Viking?
Yes, well, almost.
What do you mean almost? Either you're a Viking or you're not.
Well, of course I'm a Viking by blood, But there are Vikings and there are real Vikings. Real Vikings get to go raiding on the wonderful longboats, but I've never been able to go.
Why not?
I'm always left behind to work on the farms or hunt for food. You're not a real Viking until you're wearing the hide of a fearsome beast.
Like a bear?
Yes. In our village, when a Viking turns 20, he goes on a special fearsome beast hunt. If he fails in the hunt, he can't join the raiding parties for 5 years. And you can only go on a fearsome beast hunt once every 5 years.
Is there any other way to become a real Viking?
Well, you can wear the hide of a fearsome beast that someone else hunted, if you can take it from them in a fair fight. But all the other men in my village are much bigger and stronger than I am.
Isn't there any other way?
The only other way is to find the hide of a fearsome beast that was worn by one of the heroes or gods.
Well, bye.
Goodbye. Pretty.
Those aren't just pretty slippers. They're made from the hide of the most ferocious beast ever to walk the land. The deadly two-headed pink hare of Fungoria.
Ferocious beast?
Not only ferocious, but a master of evasion. Even the best hunters couldn't track it down. After a year without salads, the people demanded that something be done, and the king at that time, King Darian, I think, sent for the greatest Viking hero there ever was.
Harg the Merciless?
Yes, Harg the Merciless. He tracked the beast for 15 days, one pink little turd at a time, until finally he faced the deadly creature in mortal and violent combat.
What happened?
Even with two heads, the pink hare of Fungoria was no match for Harg the Merciless. Within hours, the beast was slain, and the great Viking hero received a champion's reward.
Harg the Merciless was the greatest Viking that ever lived. And these slippers? They were his?
Yes, they were part of his reward. But when the Viking hero left, he forgot them behind. That's why I thought I should bring them to you. They really should belong to a Viking.
I can't believe it. The hide of a truly ferocious beast. Arnbjorn, you won't believe this.
Harg the Merciless, Snorri. You lucky dog. I think pink is your color, Snorri.
They're nice and warm, too.
Fergus, break open another keg. My friend Snorri here's got something to celebrate.
Hi, Fergus.
Ho, young Gilbert.
Bye, Fergus.
Take care, young Gilbert.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I've got to go.
Okay, remember, don't tell anyone who I really am.
Right. It's a door. The Splintered Mast Tavern. Nice ships. They all belong to Harrison Davenport. He owns the Great Fungoria Shipping Company and is also the chairman of the local card players club.
All right.
Oh, darn relief valve. Back to the drawing board.
One of these days, that fool is going to blow this whole city into the sea.
What's he working on?
I think he's working on another one of his flying machines.
You don't know what he's working on.
I do so. I hear him mumbling from time to time, and I'm sure he's been talking to himself about flying.
It's not him mumbling. You're hearing the voices inside your head.
I am not.
You must be crazy. Hearing voices all the time?
I don't hear voices.
So you didn't hear Elton mumbling then?
Well, oh.
Hi, Sam.
Hi, Gilbert.
Why do you let Louise tease you like that?
I've asked you to stop, but she refuses.
Oh, but it's so much fun to tease you, Sam. And so easy, too.
See?
Have you heard anything about my grandfather?
Yeah, Louise has been talking about that some. He's in jail, isn't he?
I'm afraid so.
That's too bad.
Nice day, isn't it?
Yes, it feels like a very nice day.
Well, see you later, Sam.
Hear you later, Gilbert.
What are you staring at, Gilbert?
I wasn't staring.
Haven't you ever seen underwear before?
Well, yes, I just...
What?
When it rains, do your cups runneth over?
They wouldn't dry very well if I left them out in the rain.
It's very light. Must be aluminum.
We're sorry.
And now this
is not
part.
available to answer the door right now.
It's really
Please
just
state the
an
reason for your visit
irritating part.
using the numbered buttons next to the door.
Okay.
If you are dropping off the milk and need to be paid, press 1. If you're a maid from the cleaning service, press 2. If you belong...
Yeah, let's go through this a little bit quick.
Elton? Elton.
However...
That...
Elton.
How pleased as that...
I think that...
Didn't you...
I thought...
Yeah, you'd better try... We're sorry. Please...
I hope...
If you... It gives and...
This is...
Oh, he doesn't... Do you take and note?
What's wrong?
Can't you...
But I...
You'll have to... We're sorry. Please...
This is...
If you... All...
Elton. Elton.
He prefer... Please.
Elton.
But he can't... Haven't you...
It's not working!
You must
Yeah,
be
you
doing
need to
something
go
wrong.
through that 3 times. It's just really irritating.
I'm not using that thing again.
Yes?
Elton, can I come in?
Oh, hi, Gilbert. Come on in.
I don't think that would be a very good idea. That's some fancy closet you have there, Elton.
That's not a closet, Gilbert. That's a time machine.
It's Gilbert. What's a time machine?
It generates a temporary singularity lasting just long enough to create a tunnel through the space-time continuum. Kind of like a gopher tunnel, although scientists in the future call it a wormhole. Whatever's in the time machine is instantly quantum stabilized with the other end of the wormhole, existing in a sort of temporary duality across space-time.
What's it good for?
It lets you travel through time.
You're kidding, right?
Not at all.
I'm going to travel back in time to stop the mushroom thief.
Giblets! Don't touch that time machine!
But I have to save my grandfather.
You can't. Space-time can be warped, but it can't be folded. You can't travel less than 10 years into the past. Space-time just doesn't bend that easily. And you have to travel at least 10 years into the future, too. Don't touch that! One wrong move could permanently alter our space-time continuum, leaving us all stranded in extratemporal space, forever removed from the present time, and torn to shreds by the uncontrolled passage through the resulting wormhole.
So you're saying I shouldn't touch the controls?
Just keep your hands off that panel.
Hey, Elton, what's that thing with the hose?
That's my vacuum cleaner.
Vacuum cleaner?
Yes, it has a pump that creates a vacuum, so you can suck dirt up through the hose.
Neat. Don't worry, Dust Bunny. I won't use this on you. Elton, what's this gooey stuff over in the corner?
That's my first attempt at building a better mousetrap.
Nice statue.
That's not a statue, Gilbert. That's my robot.
What's a robot?
It's kind of like a mechanical servant, although this one is pretty much just a really smart forklift.
Elton, what's the thing with the big wheel sitting on the bench over here?
That's my second attempt at building a mousetrap. It works even better than the first one. Oh, hi, Greybert. What a nice surprise. I wasn't expecting you to visit me today. Can I help you with something?
Gilbert. It's Gilbert.
Hmm? What did you say, Gabriel?
My name is Gilbert.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gilbert. I'm a bit preoccupied with this flux flick minimizing concentrator right now.
I'm really not a violent person.
So, you said you needed some help with your compass?
No, I haven't said anything, actually.
You didn't? How strange. I could have sworn you said you needed help with your compass. Are you
There's
sure
a
your
rule
compass
of
isn't
three
broken?
with Dalton.
I don't even have a compass.
Graham, how can I fix your compass if you don't have one?
I'm not Graham.
Yes, of course. Well, Guybrush, you really should have a compass. Yes, Albert?
It's Gilbert. My name is Gilbert.
Of course it is.
Where do you get all the parts for your inventions?
From Johnson & Smith's Inventor's Parts Catalogue. They ship right to my front door.
Do you believe there's life on other planets?
There has to be. With all the planets in the universe, it's rather absurd to think that there would only be one planet capable of sustaining life.
True.
Why did you build a robot?
I'm not strong enough to move these boxes of parts on my own, and it gets a little lonely in here sometimes.
How does your robot work?
It runs on compressed air. The robot has a high-capacity air tank, which I fill with compressed air every other day. The robot feeds jets of compressed air through a series of turbines to convert the air pressure into torque. The turbines turn that belt on its back, and the belt carries the torque to the robot's transmission, where it is used to move the arms and legs and make the robot work.
What if your robot malfunctions and turns upon its creator?
Oh, I don't think that will happen. But I've added a self-destruct mechanism just in case.
Of course.
Why can't I use the time machine?
It's still very experimental. In fact, it's quite unstable sometimes. It's much too dangerous for me to let anyone else use it.
Please?
Sorry, Nicholas. I can't let you use it.
I'm not Nicholas. My name is Gilbert.
Okay, but you still can't use the time machine.
Can you demonstrate the time machine for me?
Sorry, Francis. I'm much too busy right now.
You and your time machine are full of baloney.
No, we're not.
Well, everyone knows you can't travel through time.
Oh, really? Why not?
Father Time would never allow it.
I don't believe in Father Time.
Because clocks only run at one speed.
Clocks only measure the passage of time. They don't control it.
Because of the polar inverting conductive resonance exclusion principle.
You have a point there.
Of course
The polar
I do.
inverting conductive resonance exclusion principle would seem to indicate
Why
the
wouldn't I have
impossibility
a
of time
point?
travel. But not when you take into account the inverse antiprime maxifier limitation.
Well, what about the after effects of the filial force? Or the clumping protogluic serendipity algorithm?
Of course.
In light of those
All this
scientific
totally
truths,
makes sense.
I
Yes,
refuse to believe that
science,
your time
science.
machine works.
But it does. Oh, all right. I'll demonstrate it for you. I've been meaning to go back to see the baptism of Princess Michelle. I've always wondered what caused the flood. Okay. Oops. I dimmed the lights.
You have initiated the self-destruct sequence. You have 10 seconds to escape the blast radius. 9, 8, 7,
Do something.
5,
Do something, Elton.
4, 3, 2.
Robot, move these boxes out of the way. Oh no, the drive belt broke. I'll have to order a replacement. I'm sorry, Gerald, but I can't demonstrate the time machine
Gilbert.
without the robot to move those heavy
Eltron.
boxes out of the way.
It's Gilbert.
How do you manage to survive all the explosions?
Part of being an inventor is knowing how to take the proper precautions. Everything must be done with safety in mind.
So what kind of safety precautions do you take?
I tie my shoelaces, cross my fingers, and hang on to something heavy.
What made you decide to build a time machine?
I've always been fascinated with the idea of traveling through time. One night I had a dream about an ant crawling on the back of a turtle.
Interesting. So the dream gave you some kind of insight into the mechanics of time travel?
No. That dream had nothing to do with time travel. I just like talking about it. You should have seen the little ant crawling all the way up on the back of the turtle, all the while chanting, "Up the turtle, up the turtle, up the turtle, up the turtle." I get kind of emotional just thinking about it.
What does any of this have to do
You're
with
kinda
time travel?
crazy, aren't
And
you,
when the
Albert?
little ant reached the top, he stood up tall and proud and shouted, "No more lime jello!" And that's when I woke up.
Right. So, why did you build a time machine?
Why? To travel through time, of course.
Have you done any time traveling yet?
Oh, sure. Although not as much as I would like. It takes a lot of energy to travel through time. Well, not as much if you just want to go back 15 years or so. But the further away from the present you travel, the more energy it takes.
How far back have you gone?
Way back to the time of the dinosaurs. They're remarkably beautiful creatures. Not at all like you would think from the skeletons in the museum.
Dinosaurs? Weren't you scared?
Not at all. You see, time won't let you exist before you were born. So if you go that far back in time, you have to do it in observer mode. Then all you can do is look around. You can't touch anything, and nothing else even knows that you're there. It's kind of like being a ghost.
What about the future?
The same thing happens if you travel past the end of your life. Things get pretty fuzzy as your probability of existence goes down.
Where else have you gone in the past?
I haven't done much time traveling yet. There's just so much in the present time that needs to be done, and it takes quite a while to store enough energy to make the really long trips. I did go back to the first mushroom festival, though. Marvin was a lot smaller in real life than they show him in the picture books.
So how far into the future have you gone?
Pretty far. I saw all sorts of strange inventions, most of them completely incomprehensible. But I managed to learn a thing or two. There's a really bright man by the name of... what was it? Delbert Feinstein. Gilbert Einstein. Or was it Albert Smith? Well, anyway, he comes up with all sorts of interesting mathematical formulas that help people understand their relatives. People will call him the smartest man that ever lived for a long, long time. And he didn't even invent stuff. But then the little green men will come, and everyone will learn the real truth about their relatives.
So there really are little green men? I mean, the stories about them are true?
Yes. Although in the future they all dress up in funny grey suits with big dark eyes. They look pretty ridiculous, actually. People don't get to see their green skin again until after the little green men have taken over the world.
Do we ever get it back?
No. Although eventually a new breed of chickens rises up and reclaims the earth for all, foul kind. Of course, that's only one possible future. No one knows what's really going to happen.
How did you ever become an inventor?
I started taking things apart at a very early age. But I've never had a very good memory, and I'd always forget how to put them back together. It was just easier to turn the pieces into something else. I'm a very curious person, Gilbert.
You're telling me. Where do you get all your ideas?
From Jim Bob.
Jim Bob? You steal your ideas from someone named Jim Bob?
No! Jim Bob is the name I gave to my subconscious.
You named your subconscious?
Yes.
Sure, why not?
Why not? Doesn't it feel like you have another part of you swimming around inside your head, working on things while your conscious mind is off doing something else? Well, I named mine Jim Bob.
Why Jim Bob?
An inventor is always communicating on some level with his subconscious. But subconscious is a pretty silly name to be calling the other part of yourself all day long. So I asked my subconscious what it wanted to be called, and it seemed to tell me it wanted to be called Jim Bob.
I'll see you later.
Bye, Jean-Pierre.
Jean-Pierre?
That's right, Stephen. You just hang in there.
I don't even know.
Extra, extra! Read all about it!
What's the news?
The technology section has a really interesting article by Elton on his ideas for a rapid transit system. He wants to have wagons running through the valley, tied to ropes being pulled by a giant water wheel.
Wow, that sounds incredible. Think he'll ever build it?
Well, in the article, Elton says it's item 12,576 on his list of things to do.
Okay, I've got to go now.
Bye, Gilbert!
Yes, Gilbert, you may come in.
That's weird. How did she know I was reaching for the door?
Your aura is very strong.
Really? Do I need a bath?
No, Gilbert. Your aura is the visible part of your spirit self. It is very bright, very excited today. Now, do come inside.
Hey! The door just opened by itself.
Please, Gilbert, come inside. You're letting in fresh air.
I don't need to smell any nicer. It's a teapot.
No. Please, you are kindly mistaken. It is not a teapot you are seeing. It is my genie bottle. Birdie num num.
Huh?
Would you like some food, Polly? Pretty bird.
Hello.
Birdie num num. Birdie num num.
Hello.
Oh, hello. I was just feeding Polly some birdie num nums.
You have a bird in that bottle?
Polly's not in a bottle. Polly's in a cage. Oh, wait just 1 minute. You mean in my genie bottle? Oh, what a trick. Yes. Polly also lives in my genie bottle.
What are birdie num-nums?
It's food for Polly. Yes, Polly likes the birdie num-nums, don't you, Polly? Birdie num-nums are considered a delicacy among many people, you know. Often they are found at parties and festive events.
I'm not sure I believe that.
No, you must not be rubbing my genie bottle, please.
Why not?
Because whenever he's out of his bottle, he has to do what I tell him. And he's really, really lazy.
Why are you always saying this? I am not a lazy genie.
Prove it. Let's see you come out and do some work for me.
Oh, but you have chosen a very unfortunate time to be asking me this. I'm afraid I am quite occupied with something else.
Of course you are.
He's too lazy to do anything unless I force him to.
Why do you never see anything my way? Understanding this is very difficult. I must now spend some time alone to contemplate.
See? Everything's an excuse with him.
Now that's one weird-looking anatomical diagram.
No, Gilbert. It's the Zodiac.
You mean it's an inflatable raft for riding down river rapids?
No, no. Zodiac is a Greek word. It means circus of animals.
I didn't know the circus was in town.
You are such a darling,
Makes
Gilbert. The
Bunch of
Zodiac is a
clowns.
tool used in astrology. The sun, the moon, the planets all follow the path of the Zodiac as they journey through the sky. Each symbol on the Zodiac represents one of the 12 constellations that lie on this path. It is used in making predictions, both horary and mundane.
Horary?
Horary astrology deals with choosing the best times to act. Mundane astrology makes predictions.
Alright then.
Now that's a funny-looking don't walk sign.
It's not a don't walk sign, Gilbert. It's a palmigram.
A palmigram?
Yes, it has to do with palmistry. The reading of palms to predict someone's future. Here, give me your hands.
But I need them.
No, Gilbert. Just show them to me.
Okay. This isn't going to hurt, is it?
Not at all. Ah, see this on your left hand. This shows your destiny. You were born to do something very important, Gilbert. And here, on your right, well, you haven't done a very good job of it so far.
You're making that up.
That's not all. Here, you are connected here to 3 others. But you do not realize who 2 of them are. See how these lines on your right palm keep crossing. You have great difficulty making up your mind. You are going to find love very soon. And before that, great riches.
Love?
Well, that sounds good.
Your love line goes back far into your past. But it only meets your lifeline here. You are already in love, Gilbert. You just don't know it yet.
You sure you aren't reading your own palms by mistake?
Believe what you will, Gilbert. But something very important is about to happen in your life.
Alright.
What? What is it?
You need to clip your fingernails.
Whatever, Mom.
Palmistry for Dummies. A Beginner's Guide to Creases, Lines, Mounds, and Bumps. 2nd edition. Those books are too weird for me. I can clean all this dust up for you if you want.
No, Gilbert. The dust must not be disturbed. It has its rightful place in the ordered universe.
But it can't be good for your health.
Oh, I appreciate your concern, Gilbert, but I am one with the dust, as I am one with the universe. If I got rid of the dust, I would be getting rid of myself.
I think you've been breathing this smoke for too long.
I am one with the smoke as well. Everything, Gilbert, everything
You're high,
has its
with
place.
other words.
I don't need to smell any nicer.
No, Gilbert. You can't have my crystal ball. Hello, Gilbert. I've been expecting you.
How did you make the door open on its own like that?
How do you think it opened?
Is it magic?
No, just hidden levers and pulleys. Elton's magic, not mine. But it works wonders on the tourists.
Can you really see into the future?
Yes and no. No one can see the future clearly, Gilbert. There are too many variables.
Not even with cookie crumbs?
There are many methods one can use to reduce the fog that surrounds all times that have yet to come.
Fortune teller fog lights?
No, Gilbert. Divining stones, special chants, and most important of all, a specially tuned crystal ball.
Can you teach me how to see the images?
Sorry, Gilbert. It takes years of training to be able to see them.
Where can I get one?
I've always gotten my crystal balls from Larry's cave shop. Well, I used to get them from his shop in the city, but he's moved into a cave now.
How does it work?
It must be made from crystal, with no imperfections, or the images will be distorted and untrue. And it takes years of training to learn how to see the image.
How do you know whether the future you see is really going to happen?
Well, you can never be absolutely sure, but a good fortune teller will check the near future from time to time to calibrate the crystal ball. After a while, you develop a sense of how true an image really is.
What's gonna happen to my grandfather?
He's in grave danger, Gilbert. But the image is too fuzzy.
Can't you adjust it? This is important.
No, Gilbert. It isn't something I can adjust. Your grandfather's future depends too much on what other people will choose to do. Some choices are very difficult to predict. But the ones surrounding your grandfather's fate, I'm afraid this is something I simply cannot predict.
What choices? And who is making them?
You, the sheriff, and others. But mostly you, Gilbert. And your choices are the least certain of all. In fact, no, this isn't good.
What?
It seems no matter what choices you make, you will always end back here. No, I must not let this happen.
What? Let what happen?
The image is unclear and it disappears on the day when you... No, I must not tell you, or it may seal that fate.
Alright then. That's not a mess at all.
If you tell me, maybe I can stop it from happening.
Knowing what is to come only makes it easier for you to choose the same path. Only by remaining ignorant of this can you hope to follow the path of a different choosing.
Alright then.
What's going to happen next?
Your future is filled with too many choices. I'm sorry, Gilbert, but I think it would not be wise to reveal them to you now.
Alright.
Can you really see into the future?
Of course. Someday, people will ride around in wagons without horses. And when they run into each other, they will celebrate by blowing big balloons.
What else do you see in the future?
The whole world will be covered in an invisible web. And people will send messages to each other on the backs of invisible spiders.
That's a horrifying... That's a really horrifying way to describe the internet. Thank you very much.
What else do you see in the future?
Mankind will join the birds in wonderful flying machines.
You mean like that airplane thing that Elton invented?
Yes. Only some of these will actually be safe.
What else do you see in the future?
Someday, whole books will fit on little silver circles smaller than a pancake.
I mean, nowadays they fit on less.
What else do you see in the future?
There will be things called microwaves that can cook food incredibly fast by turning it very slowly.
Not really, but sure.
What else do you see in the future?
A man with a very strong arm will ride to the moon in a giant firecracker.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting. I guess how they have wrote a person looking in and seeing our technology.
What else do you see in the future?
There will be fortune tellers in every city, just to predict what the weather will be like.
What kind of name is Ziz, anyway?
What kind of name is Gilbert?
Gilbert is a fine name.
And so is Ziz. My mother named me after my great aunt, Zizel.
Was she a fortune teller too?
I do come from a long line of clairvoyants, but no. Aunt Zizi was a tax collector.
What's with the weird music?
Don't you like it?
Well, no.
Oh, here, let me change it.
Sweet home Alabama.
Do you have to play that weird music?
Heavy metal.
Isn't there anything else you could listen to?
And this I'm not really sure about.
What's with all the smoke?
You like it?
Not really.
Oh, I'm burning a special blend of exotic oils, designed to heighten the senses and produce clarity of thought.
Does it work?
I don't know, but it smells nice.
I think it smells weird.
Oh, you get used to it after a while. Goodbye, Gilbert.
But how did you know that?
Never mind that. You have much to do. Go and trust where your spirit takes you.
Of course.
Hey, Vanderstein, you dropped the glove.
Oh, that old thing. I don't use it anymore. You can have it if you want.
Thanks. Hi, Vandersteen. Vandersteen!
Hmm? Oh, hi, Gilbert.
Hi there, Vandersteen.
My, that's a nice hammer you have there.
Yes, it's one of the first tools I ever made.
Well, that's interesting.
Is it heavy?
It has to be. It won't do much good.
How did you make it if you didn't have a hammer?
Oh, I used the hammer of the mastersmith for that. Making this hammer was what proved me ready to be a smith. Until then, I was just an apprentice.
That's it? That was your test? Shouldn't you have made something more difficult, like a suit of armor or something?
Well, there isn't much need for a suit of armor around these parts. And making a good hammer takes a lot of skill.
All right.
Can I have it?
No.
Sure is a nice hammer.
Thanks.
I bet a hammer like that would sure be nice to have.
Yes, it is a fine tool.
You don't suppose I could have that hammer?
No, I don't suppose you could.
Can I have the hammer, please?
Sorry.
Ah, let me have the hammer.
No.
Come on, let me have the hammer, please.
Men don't take kindly to whining. Or to whiners, lad.
But I could really use that hammer.
Ah, but I really need it.
You can't let me have that hammer for even just a little while?
No, sorry.
You're absolutely sure I can't have that hammer?
Yes, I'm sure.
Are you sure you don't want to give me that hammer?
Forget it, lad. You're not getting my hammer.
You've got to help me.
What is it?
Do you think you could make me a mushroom figurine?
Possibly. What do you need it for?
Well, they can't keep my grandfather in jail if the mushroom is returned. Do you remember what it looks like?
I'm not wasting any metal so that people can have their blasted excuse back.
Not even to get my grandfather out of jail?
If I thought it would work, lad, I'd do it. But there's no way I can make a mushroom out of steel. It would fool anyone.
Why not?
It would take a master of metalwork to craft such a thing. I don't know anyone who could do it. Least of all myself. And I'm not just banging my own steel when I say I'm one of the best smiths in the land.
Well done.
I need a big axe that can cut through prison bars.
Now that would be a foolish thing to try, lad. The sheriff isn't the kind of man you want to be upsetting right now.
Did I say prison bars? I meant poplars. I'm going to cut some firewood.
Good, because there is no way an axe would cut through the prison bars.
Well, how about a file then? It doesn't have to be in a cake.
No.
A crowbar?
And what would you do with your grandfather after you bust him out of jail? No, Gilbert. He'd only be caught again. And so would you for liberating him.
But I have to try.
I'm sorry, lad. I can't have any part of it. There's nothing I can do.
I need enough large traps to catch a herd of invisible elephants.
A herd of... Gilbert, I've never heard of such a thing.
Well, it's true. A herd of invisible elephants stole the mushroom, not my grandfather.
A herd of invisible elephants?
Yes. A herd of invisible elephants.
Tons and tons of transparent pachyderms.
I love that face.
Okay, perhaps this herd of invisible elephants didn't actually steal the mushroom. But it's possible, isn't it? I mean, you can't really say you didn't see them since that's the point, they're invisible. If people see a whole bunch of elephant traps lying around, they might be more inclined to believe it's true.
I think you'd better find another way to help your grandfather.
So, you're saying you won't make the invisible elephant traps then? The mushroom was stolen and my grandfather's in jail.
They're actually trying to blame Abraham for this. How can people get so worked up over nothing at all? They act like that mushroom is the most important thing in our lives. So it really was stolen then? Well, it's about time we got rid of that silly mushroom.
But it could save our town from hunger and a food shortage.
I don't think I'd want to eat that mushroom. It's definitely survived past its expiry date. Although I'd eat my fill of it to put an end to this ridiculous fungus worship.
I'll get back to you on that. What are you working on?
I'm making some tools for the carpenter. He has a new apprentice, and he doesn't want the boy dulling the edges on his good tools.
What kind of tool is that you're working on now?
It's a blade for the carpenter's plane.
So he's a flying carpenter then?
You mean that big, flapping, gliding thing that Elton almost killed himself with? Only a fool would want to travel like a bird. Men are meant to have both feet on the ground, I say. No, I meant a carpenter's plane. A tool used to shave thin layers off wood.
Oh.
Alright then.
You look busy. I'll come back later.
I am busy, Gilbert. A real man doesn't just look busy.
I'll try to remember that.
A real man doesn't bother trying. He just gets the job done.
Okay,
Bye
now.
You consider my words, lad.
Can you say workaholic?
Did you say something, son?
Just how much I admire your work ethic, sir. Have you heard anything about my grandfather?
Hello. Yes. Just a moment. You want to know? I tell you. Hello? Okay. Hold on.
You were going to tell me about my grandfather?
Yes? What about him?
Did he see who stole the mushroom?
Perhaps that is a question you should ask him yourself.
But...
Yes, I will. But it will cost you twice the normal rate. No, I'm sorry, but I am being annoyed.
Get any obscene calls lately?
You mean people asking what kind of underwear I have on? Heavy breathing,
yes.
Rude noises, derogatory remarks, comparing parts of my anatomy to chickens, reading excerpts from banned books and describing outlawed Bartholomeus manure paintings?
Yes.
No, I haven't had any calls like that.
Place any obscene calls lately?
That would be a terrible abuse of my position as switchboard operator.
You're right. I guess you wouldn't do such a thing.
But it does help to pass the time.
Tough day, Sergio?
Imagine the most difficult, the most draining, the most incredibly tiresome thing that you have ever done.
I once sat next to Louise at a festival supper.
Ah, then you have a very good idea just how tough my days can be.
Yeah, she's on the phone a lot.
Sergio, do you have a minute?
Minute? All anyone ever wants is the time. I'm not a clock. Do I look like a clock to you?
Maybe a little.
Let's see. The small hand is on your right arm. The big hand is on your left.
I think you are trying much too hard to make a joke.
Now, where would that second hand be?
You have a very sick mind.
Okay, bye, Sergio.
Yes.
Well, let's ease his pain a bit.
Okay.
This should come in handy.
Hello? Hello? I cannot hear you. Speak up. It is like there is nobody there. This is no good. What do I do? The telephone is no longer operational. No one can reach me. No one can make any calls. I think it is time for a nap.
Arver!
Hi, Gilbert.
Hi there, Robert.
You look like you could use a hug.
No! Don't touch me! You could be covered with germs.
You look awful.
I don't feel good.
What's wrong?
I think I've got lead poisoning. I stabbed myself with a pencil yesterday.
Why did you do that?
It was an accident. I get shaky hands sometimes.
It's either early onset Parkinson's or frayed nerves.
You don't look very good at all.
I feel like I've been left here to die.
Why don't you go see the doctor?
He won't let me visit him more than once a day, and I already saw him this morning.
Isn't it kind of warm to be wearing a scarf?
I have a terrible cold. Can't you tell?
Well, you're not sniffling or coughing or anything.
Then I must have a rare asymptomatic flu.
But if you don't have any symptoms, how do you know you have a cold?
I can feel it in my bones. Or is that my osteoporosis? Or maybe my rheumatoid arthritis? Or some totally new bone disease no one has ever seen before and no one has a cure for?
I had a really bad cold once.
Not as bad as the colds I've had.
Well, my nose was stuffed up, my sinuses ached, and I couldn't sleep at all because I was coughing so hard.
I get that all the time. And nausea, vomiting, cramping, diarrhea, epigastric discomfort, hypertension, dehydration, and dizziness.
How are you not dead, considering the times you are living in?
Sharing your breakfast with the birds?
Feeding the pigeons is supposed to calm my nerves.
Your nerves need calming?
I have a compulsive nervous anxiety disorder.
Is it contagious?
No, but the doctor says I should feed the pigeons to relax.
Does it work?
Not really. The longer I feed the pigeons, the more things I remember are wrong with me.
Did you see what happened to my grandfather?
No, I was at home. I had a really bad stomachache.
Bye, Arver.
Bye, Gilbert.
Well, do you feel more relaxed?
No.
Not even a tiny little bit?
Those birds are gonna get hungry now. Poor little birds. I shouldn't have fed them. What if they can't remember how to fend for themselves? If they starve, I'll feel terrible. And this is supposed to be relaxing. I'll feel even more stressed than I did this morning.
Is there anything I can do?
To make me feel better? I'm afraid I've tried everything. Except Dr. Fraud's miracle medicine.
Dr. Fraud.
But I can't afford it now.
I didn't get that when I was younger, and I didn't know as much English as I do now. So that is most likely why.
Can I have that box?
It's empty.
You better give me that box. It could be full of germs.
Okay.
Bye, Arver. Ah, the language of love. Hello?
Yes?
What's your miracle medicine made of?
I'm afraid I can't divulge the secret list of ingredients.
Why not?
Because no one would drink it if they know what it was made of. It wouldn't be able to help as many people that way.
People would say the same thing about hot dogs. Doesn't really stop people.
Are you really a doctor?
That depends. What is a doctor to you?
Someone who helps other people when they're sick, I guess.
Then I most certainly am a doctor indeed.
Alright.
Do you like poems?
Well, of course, they come in handy when you're trying to get, when you're trying to sell, well, when you want to talk with the ladies.
Do you live in that wagon?
Yes, and I try and rest in it too, but someone keeps asking me questions.
Well, too bad.
How do you carry your stage around in such a small wagon?
Yes, it looks big and solid, doesn't it? But it's a collapsible stage specially designed for travelling shows like mine. Oh, sure, you have about 378 pieces to put together, but it's really easy to take apart. And that's important for those times when you get to run out with the, when you need to change a location in a hurry.
Where'd you get it?
I ordered it from Johnson & Smith's Furniture and Gun Kits catalogue.
What's so special about your miracle medicine?
Well, it cures every illness known to mankind.
Everyone?
Every single one, from bronchial infections to athlete's foot, pneumonia, kidney stones, bad breath, gout, you name it, it cures it.
Wow.
And not only that, if you take it every day, it will prevent you from getting sick.
Really?
But best of all, Dr. Fraud's miracle medicine makes you really strong.
Can I have a bottle of your miracle medicine?
Nah, sport, you can't. I don't give away things for free, you know.
But I really want one.
Then you'll have to pay for it like everyone else.
Just one bottle. Come on, it'll be fun.
Can't you leave me alone? I'm trying to take a nap. You'll have to wait for my next show.
When's that?
The next show won't start until I figure out how to lure... look, you'll just have to wait.
Ah, come on. Just one bottle, please.
You just don't give up, do you? Why don't you... Wait just a minute. I think this might actually be a little opportunity rapping on my door. I've decided to give you a bottle of my miracle medicine, son.
Great.
All you have to do is help me put on my next show.
Sure.
How can I do that?
Well, you see, my partner, Strong Bert, well, he left me after a tragic accident when we visited the Viking village up north. He got upset when I didn't pay, well, he left after a tragic accident. And I'm afraid it's left me in a bind. People keep asking to see the strong man, but I haven't found anyone in Fungoria strong enough to play the part.
Why do you need someone strong?
Because nothing says buy me like a hands-on, up-close, real-life demonstration. Without a good demonstration of what the miracle medicine can do, people just aren't ready to buy it.
So all I have to do is drink your medicine, and I'll be strong like Strong Bert was.
No, well, eventually, yes. I mean, it took years for the medicine to make Strong Bert that strong. But what we need is a demonstration of how strong you could get after taking the medicine for a long time. Sort of a creative demonstration, if you know what I mean.
But wouldn't that be lying?
Look, kid, you want the miracle medicine or not?
I guess so.
Then find me someone strong enough to do the job.
What do you want me to do for you again?
I need somebody who can lift something heavy, or at least something that looks heavy, to show my audience how incredibly strong they are.
May I come in?
No, you may not. I'm tired and I have to rest up for my next big show.
Okay, bye.
It's about time.
They're too strong, Gilbert.
Grandfather!
Hello, Gilbert.
I'll get you out of there.
I believe you, Gilbert, but be careful. I don't want you causing any trouble for yourself on my behalf.
But they're going to kill you, Grandpa.
I'm an old man, Gilbert. I've already lived a good, long life.
Well, that's
You've given me a lot of joy, and I think I've done a fair job raising you. Although heaven knows I'm no replacement for your mother. God rest her soul.
Don't talk like that, Grandpa.
Don't be too afraid of death, my boy. One way or another, we all have only a little time to spend on this world.
Once again,
I'm in no hurry to leave it,
depressing.
but if it's my time to go, I'm ready.
But it isn't fair. You didn't do anything.
Sometimes you don't have to, Gilbert. This world can be a tricky place with all the greedy people in it. But there's always something good to be found, no matter how bad things may seem.
I'm not gonna let them blame you for this.
I'm afraid they already have.
What can I do?
Find the mushroom, or find the one who stole it. That's the only way they'll ever let me go. These kind of people don't change their minds easily, Gilbert. Not when it means they look bad.
I'll do it, Grandfather. I promise.
Doesn't that go for everyone?
So, Gilbert.
No one changes their mind instantly if it means they look bad for it.
What have they done to you?
Not much, really. The sheriff asked me a lot of questions, but I haven't been treated very badly.
What kind of questions?
Did you see the mushroom thief? Why did you let the mushroom get stolen? Where were you this morning? Like that, over and over and over again.
Who stole the mushroom?
I wish I knew. The mushroom thief hit me from behind and disappeared before I could get a good look at him. That is, assuming it was a man that did it. It certainly felt like a man that hit me, though.
Are you all right?
Yes, all things considered. I've got a nasty bump on my head from where the thief hit me, but otherwise I'm okay.
Have they fed you?
No, but they offered. I had a good breakfast this morning. Oh, did you find the biscuits I left you, Gilbert? How were they?
I wasn't hungry, Grandpa, but they look fine.
Well, don't let them go to waste. You'll need all your strength if you're going to track down the mushroom thief.
No talking to the prisoner. I did not say you could converse. Who are you? Oh, wait, you're Gilberto, the old man daughter's boy. God rest his soul. Get away from here, Gilberto. You only cause trouble if you stay.
I'm not going anywhere.
You will leave, and once, or I will arrest you for disturbing my sleep.
The boy means no harm, Antonio.
You, old man, you stay away from those bars. I will not have you inciting any more unrest. Antonio de la Tornero de Dios does not allow his prisoners to cavort with the public.
Listen, you...
No, Gilbert, just go. Find the mushroom. Find the thief.
Gilberto, you go home, and you stay home. Leave the thief hunting to me. If I catch you interfering with my investigation, I'll arrest you for the obstruction of my justice. Now go. Itase.
And time to cheer the sheep.
Won't hurt a bit. Now just hold still. Thank you, little sheep. Now I've got lots of wool. You do look a little cold. Well, don't worry, little sheep. You'll have some new wool soon. Here, little pig. I can't get her to come to me. She's too afraid. It's an ugly red cloak. Almost like the one the king always wears, only uglier. That pig sure has won a lot of trophies. It's a nice big sack of wheat. Hi, Mr. Straw Musket.
Howdy, Gilbert.
Nice pipe.
Thanks. I got it from old Jebediah down at the docks. That old sea dog can sure carve a good pipe.
Are pigs normally very
Not
shy?
anymore,
Well, I reckon it
Because I took his
depends
knife.
mostly on the pig. Most pigs are right friendly little things, but Lulabelle, well, she can be real shy around strangers. Of course, once she sees someone talking to me for a while, she usually starts to trust him a little.
You sure have a lot of trophies.
Oh, I got even more of them in the house. Those ones in the sty are just what my pig Lulabelle's won this year.
Wow, you must enter her in a lot of contests.
Yep, and she wins them all, too, mostly. She's the prize-winningest pig there's ever been, I reckon. Took first place in the annual Fongaria bacon race just last week.
What other trophies do you have?
Let's see. Lulabelle won the brick house building competition not so long ago. She won the pig dancing contest just for that. She got the most appealing pig award from J.D. Sauer and Associates. She's held the heavyweight porcine arithmetic title for 3 years in a row.
Wow.
She's mighty impressive, ain't she? There's lots more stuff she's won. More than I have, as a matter of fact, and I've won more than my share, too, huh?
What have you won?
Well, I've been named Organic Gardener of the Year for 5 years straight. Got me first place in a few corncob contests. Got an honorary degree in agricultural science from the Fungorian Institute for Late in Life Learning. And received the Wilbur Radenbecker's Puffy Popcorn Award.
What do you do with all that corn?
You name it. Popcorn, miniature corn, caramel corn, fresh corn relish, corn dip, corn casserole, corn beer, corn pie, corn cakes, corn dogs, corn on the cob, pickled corn, candied corn, cream style corn, that's my favorite, corn fritters, cornbread.
A lot of corn, with other
Yep,
words.
you name it.
Wow, that must take some pretty special corn.
We grow nothing but the best.
What are you doing?
I'm just doing a little weeding and working the dirt here in the garden.
Nice weather we're having, isn't it?
Yep, just fine for growing corn.
How do you know?
If you gotta sit on a bucket to fish, 'cause the ground's too cold to sit on, it's too cold to plant corn.
How can you grow such big corn cob?
Well, part of it's right good decomposed compost, and part of it's knowing where to spit.
Where to spit?
Yep. Some plants like it right at the base, others like it a few inches away, and then there's those that prefer the gob not to land anywhere close.
Have you always been a farmer?
All my life. Like my pa for me, and his pa for him. I come from a long line of straw muskets.
How long has your family been farming this land?
The straw muskets have been working this land for about as long as anybody can remember.
Were all your ancestors farmers too?
Not all, but most. Though they all had their own special talents, every one.
Like what?
Well, there was Joshua Straw Musket, who played the banjo. Sometimes he'd play it for hours, day and night, rain or shine. He used to sit on the porch playing songs, till that sad day when the neighbors couldn't stand it anymore and hung him from a tree.
That's terrible.
Well, so was his playing, or at least that's what they say. But he wasn't the only straw musket who was hurried on to the grave.
You had another ancestor who met an untimely death?
Uh-huh. There was William Straw Musket, the adventurer. Oh, a real explorer he was. Went out into the world for years and came home talking about his trips to anyone who'd listen. Till that sad day when the neighbors got tired of listening to him, so they hung him from a tree.
Tell me more about your family.
Well, there was Franklin Straw Musket, which a real strong man. Strong as an ox, but about as smart as a tractor. He used to carry a cow on his shoulder just for fun. Until that sad day when the neighbors got tired of getting their cows stolen. So they hung him from a tree.
A lot of your family members got hung from a tree by the neighbors.
Tell me more about your family.
There was Anastasia Straw Musket. Kept borrowing stuff from folks, never returning them. Till that sad day when the neighbors got tired of missing all their tools and they hung him from a tree.
Tell me more about your family.
There was Gabriel Straw Musket, who settled the land. In fact, when he was still very young, he planted that big tree between this farm and the neighbors. He loved that tree, and he had a bad habit of bragging about it. He'd go out there and stand by that tree, touching it and talking to it for hours on end. Till that sad day when the neighbors got tired of him yakking to that tree and they hung him from it.
Was there anyone in your family who wasn't hung from that tree?
Oh, sure. Sherman Straw Musket, for instance. He lived to the ripe old age of 85.
And the neighbors never tried to hang him?
Not once. Of course, he had this dog was always barking day and night. Well, one sad day, the neighbors got tired of that yappy dog, and they hung the dog from the tree.
The neighbors are fucked.
Aren't you afraid your neighbors will hang you too?
Oh, no. The neighbors moved away when I was just a boy.
Why'd they move?
Well, my pa was a very funny man. He loved to tell jokes. Told them all the time, even if you didn't want to hear a joke, or if you'd already heard it 20 times before. Well, one day the neighbors got tired of listening to his old jokes and they went to hang him from the tree. But the tree was getting old and my pa was a very heavy man. And they broke all the branches that old tree had left trying to hang him. Till finally they just gave up. Then they packed everything up and moved away.
Huh.
You must know a lot about farming.
Uh-huh. The average ear of corn has 800 kernels arranged in 16 rows.
Why do pigs have curly tails?
Well, you don't think the good Lord would have given us grapes without giving us a corkscrew to open the wine bottles, do you?
That doesn't make any sense.
Does chocolate milk come from brown cows?
Don't be silly. It's not the color of the cow that matters. It's how much cocoa you feed them.
All right then.
Is a small pig called a hamlet?
Only in Denmark.
Of course.
What else can you tell me about farming?
It's possible to lead a cow upstairs, but not down them.
What else can you tell me about farming?
Chickens can't swallow if you hold them upside down.
What else can you tell me about farming?
A normal pig can cover a mile in 7.5 minutes running at top speed. Lulabelle can do it in less than 6.
What else can you tell me about farming?
A pig always sleeps on its right side.
What else can you tell me about farming?
A large swarm of locusts can eat 80,000 tons of corn in a day.
What else can you tell me about farming?
An Arabian grasshopper can survive for 1 full year on a single grain of rice.
What else can you tell me about farming?
The reason you can lead a horse to water but can't make him drink is 'cause horses don't drink dirty water.
Makes sense.
Same goes for cats. But a cow, she'll drink water even if it's full of poison.
What do you do when you're not farming?
I reckon I spend most of my time sitting on the porch with Ma and taking my pig Lulabelle around to the various contests and so forth. But farming takes up most of my everyday,
Well, so long. I gotta go.
Y'all come back now anytime.
Here, little pig. Take a look at this.
What the? Lulabelle? Lulabelle, come back here! Doggone it! Why do you have to be the world's fastest pig?
This ought to keep me regular for a while. Going up?
Yes, we are.
Buzz. Buzz buzz?
Buzz like...
I wonder what I said. Buzz. Sorry, little bees. Now they're really angry. I only need a little bit of honey and wax. I'm sure the bees won't mind. I don't think so. This isn't right. I've got to let those bees out of the vacuum. think I can reverse it. There you go, little bees. That wasn't so bad, was it? I think I'll leave now. Those bees need some time to cool off. There's a paper crown to cut out on the back. I don't need this empty box anymore. Now it'll stay on. It wouldn't be a king disguise without a crown. It's not quite as big and rubbery as the king's nose, but it'll do. It's looking a little thin after all those pillow fights with Grandpa. Going down?
None shall pass.
Do I need to give you the secret handshake or something?
There is no secret handshake.
Come on, there's always a secret handshake.
Sorry.
What is it? The reverse finger link twist followed by back-to-back fist smacks ending in a thumb wiggle?
No.
I know. It's the open palm skin slide with an elbow bump and a double forearm grip.
There is no secret handshake. None shall pass.
Why are you blocking the way?
Someone has stolen the famous mushroom of Fungoria. I've been assigned to guard this bridge so the mushroom thief can't get over it.
I didn't steal the mushroom.
So you say, but how can I be sure that you didn't?
Do I look like I'm carrying a mushroom?
No, but you seem to have an incredible amount of stuff in your pockets.
Do I look like a mushroom thief to you?
No, but you could be wearing a disguise.
Look, you can't keep me from crossing the bridge. I'm innocent.
Innocent or not,
none shall pass.
How long have you been guarding this bridge?
Since this morning when the mushroom was stolen.
So you've just been standing here all day? Isn't that kind of boring?
I'm performing a very important function.
What function is that?
Making sure that none shall pass.
Right. Well, have fun guarding your bridge.
I didn't mean to press that.
None shall pass.
I already know that.
How long have you been a guard?
That isn't important. What's important is that none shall pass.
Look, it's a simple question. How long have you been a guard?
Long enough to know that none
shall pass.
You haven't been a guard for very long, have you?
Okay, I admit it. This is my first assignment. But as I said, I've had extensive training, and I'm more than qualified to guard this bridge. It's quite an honor to be given such an important first post. And there's no way I'm going to fail in my duty. Which means...
Wait,
none
let me guess. None shall pass.
Exactly.
You don't look so tough.
I'm the deadliest guard in all the land.
Oh, yeah? Says who?
Says 7 years of military training and 6 weeks with the famous master of martial arts, Kwangding Ho Lim Dong Fang Li.
6 weeks? Is that all?
Master Li is the fastest martial arts teacher in the whole world. Even my belly button is now a deadly weapon.
Of course
Are
it
you
is.
an innie or an outie?
You'll have to fight me to find out.
I think I'll pass.
No, you won't.
None shall pass.
You must get lonely out here all by yourself.
A guard of my caliber is immune to loneliness.
I don't know. You look pretty lonely to me.
I do not. Master Kwangding Ho Lim Dong Fang Li has taught me to be one with the now. When you live in the moment, you're easily entertained. The waving of a single blade of grass can keep me enthralled for hours.
You're not just lonely, you're bored.
Boredom is but a small price to pay to ensure that none shall pass.
Of course.
So what do you think about to pass the time?
Girls.
Girls?
Yep. Girls. I love them.
What kind of girls do you like best?
I love them all. Doesn't matter if they're big or small, short or tall. Big-eyed, blue-eyed,
You sound like
brown-eyed,
you're compensating for something.
I just love them.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Well, sort of.
Sort of?
Have you ever seen Sarah, the waitress at the Splintered Mast over in town?
Technically
She's the
not,
sexiest
but
woman
I
on the
know
face of
about
the
her.
planet.
No, I haven't.
Well, you're lucky. One look at her and a man loses his soul. It's what Master Kwong Dim Ho Lim Dong Fang Li calls feeling your emptiness.
So is she your girlfriend?
Not exactly. I think she likes me, but...
What?
Well, whenever she's around, I forget how to talk.
But you studied under Master Quam... whatever.
Ah, the wisdom of Master Li is no match for that woman's beauty.
You know, you look really silly with that helmet on.
Master Kwong Dim Ho Lim Dong Fang Li says you must dress to confuse your opponent. If you're competent, appear incompetent. Though you're effective, seem ineffective.
So by wearing that helmet, you make your opponents assume you're a foolish pencil-neck geek who can't dress himself in a proper uniform and probably fights like he's still wearing diapers.
Exactly.
Hey, don't knock diapers. Master Li says to also dress so you can outlast your opponent. Oblivious to the forces of nature within you.
You don't mean...
I can stand here all day and all night if I have to.
That is the most disgusting thing I have heard all day.
Yeah.
I am a nun. Let me pass.
You don't look like a nun.
Who are you to judge how a nun's supposed to look?
If you're a nun, where's your habit?
I don't wear a habit. I'm an undercover nun.
Why would a nun have to go undercover?
Do you have level 2 security clearance?
No.
Then I'm afraid I can't tell you.
I don't think you're a nun at all.
If you don't let me pass, you're going to jeopardize the whole operation. Don't make me report you to the Mother Superior.
Sorry, I don't believe you. None shall pass.
You take this guard stuff pretty seriously, don't you?
I have to. There's no telling what could happen if I let my guard down.
Like what?
Well, you could leap over that gate. Dash across the bridge, run into the forest, turn off the main trail, leap behind a tree, pause to catch your breath, drop to the forest floor, and crawl away before anybody could catch you.
You know, that's not such a bad idea.
Well, too bad. None shall pass.
Right. Well, have fun guarding your bridge.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
What's the news?
World's fastest pig on the run.
Hasn't she been caught yet?
Nope. Gilbert Straw Musket's offering a reward to any sprinter who can catch her. So far, the Fangoria 4x100 relay team has tried without success.
Okay, I've got to go now.
Bye, Gilbert!
That door is so cool. I don't need the glove for that. It's grade A golden honey. I think I better save it for later. I can't use that by itself. I don't want to smear tar on that. I don't want to smear tar on that. I don't think that would accomplish anything. Well, the glove's clean, but now the sack of wheat is covered with tar. The wool stuck to the tar. Yeah, it doesn't look like much. But if I close my eyes, it feels just like a dog. It worked! I got a perfect imprint of the key in the beeswax.
Yell a bit louder. I don't think the Vikings heard you properly.
You better not play around with that. Sewing machines can be dangerous.
Okay, Spot. I think I want to go home now. But...
Gilbert, that wasn't very nice.
What wasn't?
You
I
are
gotta go.
constantly
That's okay,
teasing
son.
him.
I can wait if you're tired.
That was a really bad joke.
I know, but I really need a dog. It's a matter of life and death.
Hello? Hello? Oh, why isn't this phone working?
Hey, Louise.
Yes, Gilbert?
What do you need all those bras for anyway?
You don't think I need any support?
No. I mean, that's not what I meant.
They're not for me, Gilbert. Not anymore, anyway. They're for Patty Mercer.
What does Mrs. Mercer need them for?
I don't know if I should be telling you, Gilbert. She asked me to keep it a secret.
I won't tell anyone.
Well, I suppose it's all right. They're for her daughters, actually. The Mercer girls have grown up quite a bit recently, and poor Patty has fallen on hard times. What with poor Mr. Mercer being injured in that wagon race last fall. I'm sending these brassieres over so her daughters can be let out of the house again.
But what are you going to use for support?
Oh, I have plenty of other bras to use, Gilbert.
So when are you going to deliver those bras to Mrs. Mercer?
I was just thinking about who I should get to deliver them. Patty asked me to deliver them myself, but I'm much too busy right now.
Even with the phones out of order?
Why don't you deliver the bras for me, Gilbert? Since you already know about it, I'm sure Patty will understand if you tell her I'm busy. And you obviously don't have anything important to do. It's the least you can do to help out a family in need, Gilbert.
Yes, but...
No buts. You are being called to serve your fellow man, or woman in this case. Well, a woman and her daughters, to be precise.
I have to save my grandfather.
You have all week to do that. Those Mercer girls need these bras now. How would you like to be stuck inside your house all day, forced to hide your unshielded breasts?
I never really gave it much thought.
Here, catch. Be
Yeah,
careful
there's
you
a
don't
reason
drop
for
them,
that.
Gilbert. I don't want you delivering any dirty underwear to Mrs. Mercer.
Why did you throw
Remember
them
to
on
tell
the
her I'm
ground
sorry I
then?
couldn't deliver these myself.
Okay.
And promise you won't tell anyone who they're for.
Okay.
Promise?
Okay, I promise.
Nice shit-eating green.
Hi, Princess.
Gilbert, what are you doing with those bras? Aren't they a little bit big for you?
No, really, they're not for me.
Mm-hmm. And who are they for, then?
I can't say.
Where did you get them? You didn't steal them, did you?
No,
because you
of
won't be
course
able to
not.
free your grandfather if you get arrested for stealing women's underwear.
No.
So, what are they for, then?
Well, you never know when you'll need to put your arm in a sling.
How many broken arms are you expecting to have?
I'll be ready to help the injured if there's ever an earthquake.
Do you really expect me to believe that?
These aren't bras, they're squirrel hammocks.
Squirrel hammocks?
Well, squirrels deserve an afternoon nap like anyone else.
What are they really for?
I'm going to use them as blindfolds.
What for?
I'm going to set up a new tourist attraction called Gilbert Goodmate's Blindness Simulator, where people from all over the world can come to experience the unique challenges faced by the sightless.
Why don't you just tell me the truth?
I'm going to make slingshots out of them.
What do you need that many slingshots for?
Well, I have to be ready when I meet up with the mushroom thief.
Yeah, right. What are the bras really for?
They're for Mrs. Mercer's daughters. Louise asked me to deliver them for her.
That's nice of you, Gilbert. So, are you going to deliver them?
Well, no, but don't tell Louise.
You're quite the kleptomaniac, aren't you?
You never know when something might come in handy. If I tie these bras together, I can make a nice long rope. It stretches just like a bungee cord.
Extra, extra! Read all about it!
What's the news?
Seeing eye dog spontaneously turns into a woolly sack of wheat.
Who reported that?
The paper prefers not to reveal its sources. But rest assured, it was someone who actually saw the transformation take place.
Of course.
Okay, I've got to go now.
Bye, Gilbert!
What's this?
It's an imprint from a key. I need you to make me a new one.
Gilbert? Whose key is this?
I'd rather not say.
Then I'd rather not make a key from this imprint.
Wait! It's something I need to help my grandfather.
This isn't a key to his cell, is it?
No.
Of course not.
It's the key to my grandfather's underwear drawer.
Ah, yes. You can never keep your underwear too safe. Not likely, Gilbert.
It's the key to the city.
You don't need a key. The city gates are always open in Fangoria.
It's the key to the washroom at Elton's.
What good would that do you?
I've always wanted to see Elton's John. It's the key to Princess Michelle's heart.
I believe it'll take more than a key to win that princess over, lad.
It's the key to a Viking treasure.
Now I've heard everything. Okay, lad. You can quit making up stories. I'll make you your key.
I don't have any money.
That could be a problem then.
Isn't there something else you want?
Aside from peace between men and an end to all laziness? Well, I really do miss old Guinness. I'll tell you what, lad. I'll make you this key if you can find me a nice dog.
Where am I going to find a blacksmith's dog?
If I knew that, lad, I wouldn't need you to do it.
I already got it.
It doesn't have to be anything fancy. Just something to keep me company these long days at the forge.
Look what I found.
Well, I'll be... You are a cute little bugger, aren't you? Where did you find him? Not a pretty dog like my old Guinness, but he's nice and calm. How about it, dog? Would you like to keep me company for a while? I think I'll call you Gallagher.
Gallagher?
Doesn't he look like a Gallagher?
I guess.
Sure.
Of course he does. Look, he likes it. Don't you, Gallagher? Isn't it a fitting name for a dog?
So, can you make me that key?
Well, I probably shouldn't. You're only going to get yourself into trouble, lad. But a deal is a deal. And if I am anything, I'm a man of my word. Let me see that imprint again. Here you go, lad. Don't be getting in any trouble with it now.
I won't.
No,
Thanks,
of course
Vandersteen.
Not. Why would I ever get in any trouble over such a thing?
Most of these poems are too romantic to read out loud. Franco Marco's Love Poems for All Occasions. It's full of mushy love poems. This would make a good king disguise, but it needs a few more things. That doesn't need a pillow. That doesn't need a pillow. This pillow isn't thick enough. That doesn't need a pillow. That doesn't need a pillow.
I don't know.
That doesn't need a pillow.
No, I don't fully remember what to do from here.
I don't think... This should put somebody to sleep for a while. This should put somebody to sleep for a while.
Alright, I found something. I forgot what to do. Mixing the sleeping powder and the honey. The thing we got from the agent, the sleeping powder, that if I remember correctly now, I can...
I don't think that would accomplish anything. I don't think that would accomplish anything. I don't think that would accomplish anything.
Maybe not. Was it?
I don't think that would accomplish anything. I don't think that would be a very good idea. I don't think that would be a very good idea.
Alright, maybe not. I'll be right back. Right. I forgot about this. The straw from
Well, since he's losing
the
it anyway,
scarecrow.
might as well put that straw to good use.
And this is used for the
It's well stuffed
pillow.
now.
Right. Alright.
Let's see. I have the nice thick pillow to make me look bigger.
Yes.
And the fake nose, and the
Yes.
robe and the crown.
Yes.
Yep, I'm going to look just like the king.
Except
now
for the
I just have to
facial
wait
hair.
until evening, and I can stop the execution.
I, Antonio del Tonero del Dios, I have been charged by the King of Fungoria and the lords of the King's royal court to bring this man, Abraham Goodmate, to be put to the death for the crime of failing to protect the sacred mushroom of Fungoria.
He's not the thief.
Why don't you go catch the thief?
So he lost the mushroom. He should be punished.
Is this going to take all night? I'm tired.
Silence! Now, I know this is something we do not normally do. But this is the most serious of crimes. And the one who allowed it to happen must not go unpunished.
What about you? Isn't the safety of this town the responsibility of the sheriff?
Yes, see. And that is why I'm continuing the search for the one who stole the mushroom. To protect us all from what must surely be a cunning and dangerous man.
Or woman.
But of course, the person who stole the mushroom shall not be allowed to get away. But just as that person shall have to pay for his or her actions, so must the Abraham Goodmate pay for his failure to protect the mushroom that meant so much to this place, to our people, to Fungoria.
What about an animal?
Excuse me?
Couldn't an animal have stolen the mushroom?
That wasn't an animal that hit me.
And no more talk, Goodmate. You will have your chance to speak your last words, but only when I say.
Well, what about a monster then?
What's this?
I've heard there are monsters in the woods. One of them could have attacked Abraham and eaten the mushroom.
There are no monsters in the woods. The only monsters are in the blackness of our hearts. Enough talk. We only prolong the thing that none of us wishes to do.
Wait. How are you going to kill him?
He is going to be executed.
How?
Your people should not be asking such things. Why are you here? Have you no idea what a terrible thing it is I must do now?
Are you gonna hang him?
You're not going to chop his poor head off?
No, and no. Why must you be so curious as this? Well, then I will tell you. In this case of Abraham Goodmate, I'm going to...
do absolutely nothing.
Who is it that would interfere with the orders of the king?
The same king who you say gave the order you're following.
Oh, you should go back to your room, your highness. You do not look yourself tonight.
Is it really the king?
Of course it is. I know my own father's face.
What happened to his nose?
Or his
haven't
beard.
been feeling well.
Your highness, you do not have to bother yourself with matters such as these. Surely this execution is not a place for someone used to more delicate things.
Sheriff, release the prisoner at once.
I cannot do that, your majesty. You handed this matter to your court to decide, and they say that Abraham Goodmate must pay the full price for his, dereliction of duty.
I have changed my mind. It isn't right to punish this man.
Surely the king remembers that the court...
I will deal with my court, Sheriff, and I will have their approval.
It will be too late. The execution...
No execution will happen today. I am the king, and I forbid you from carrying out this obscene act.
If you insist, Then, as you wish. I will postpone the execution for 1 week, but I will not release my prisoner. If it can be proven in the Court of Lords that Abraham Goodmate should not be punished for his failure to protect our mushroom, then, only then, will he be released.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Silence, Goodmate. You have only escaped death for a very short time.
Oh.
Screw you two.
Really the king?
I thought the king was fatter.
Yes? Well...
That was awfully good. What you did for old Abraham.
He's developed quite the gonads, our king has.
I have to see to some, royal business.
He really needs to get some better polish for that crown.
Yes.
You were wonderful tonight.
Really?
Better than my father. How did it feel, being the king?
Terrifying.
You didn't look very frightened to me, the way you stood up to the sheriff.
When I think of what he was going to do to my grandfather, is he all right, my grandfather?
The sheriff took him back to prison. I went to check on him myself. Dear Abraham, there was such a look of pride in his eyes. He wanted me to thank you, Gilbert.
But I didn't set him free. I only bought us 1 more week.
It isn't going to be easy. My father agreed to help us, but the Court of Lords is determined. We must get the mushroom back. It may be the only way to save your grandfather.
But how? We don't even know where it is.
The sheriff has it.
The what?
When I left the prison, I hid in the shadows until the sheriff came out. Cornelius was already snoring in his wagon, and it's a good thing he snores as loud as he does, or I fear my heartbeat would have given me away. I followed the sheriff to the docks, where he met with Pater and Thorhild, 2 of the strongest voices in the Court of Lords. I wasn't able to hear everything, but the sheriff mentioned the mushroom. He didn't call it that. He called it El Hongo de la something. But later I asked Maria, one of my handmaidens, and she said it means mushroom. The sheriff said that he had it, and that it was safe.
So he stole the mushroom? I can't believe this! We have to tell your father!
I already did, but my father... Oh, Gilbert.
Who would have guessed? The sheriff with the dark... with the... big back black or dark purple cloak is evil.
Tonight with my own eyes.
The sheriff with the long witch's nose is evil. Who
if
would
we
have
can
guessed
prove the
it?
sheriff's part in this, they'll readily desert him. And when you return with the mushroom, the angry cries of the people will surely give my father enough courage to act.
When I return?
As soon as Thorhild and Pater were gone, the sheriff carried something big onto a boat and sailed away. I couldn't get close enough to see what it was, but I'm sure it was the mushroom.
Why would he do this? And to say all along he was searching for the thief.
I know. The sheriff has always been strange, but this? I never felt he was anything but a fair and honest man. And the tenderness he shows to children. How can such a man be capable of this?
I won't be showing him any tenderness when I catch him.
Be careful, Gilbert. I wish you didn't have to do this alone.
Can you think of anyone who would help us?
Most would, in small ways. But chasing after the sheriff... Fungorians are good people, Gilbert. But they're too much like their king. Kind but soft.
I'm not afraid to face the sheriff on my own.
Oh, Gilbert, I wish I could go with you. But I have to make sure my father doesn't give in to the Court of Lords.
Thank you, Princess.
Please, Gilbert. That makes us sound so far apart. Call me by my name.
Thank you, Michelle.
For luck.
Now I know I can take on the sheriff by myself. A herd of invisible elephants couldn't stop me.
A herd of...
Never mind. I'll need a boat. I'll talk to the boat salesman in the tavern, first thing in the morning.
Sweet dreams, Gilbert.
Indeed.
Well done. First chapter of sort complete.
Going down? Hello in there. Okay. Hi, Arver.
Hi, Gilbert.
How you doing?
Not so well. I'm waiting for Dr. Fraud to start his miracle medicine show. Maybe he'll give out some samples of his medicine. I sure wish I could afford to buy a bottle. But I spent all my money on cornflakes.
Those must have been expensive cornflakes.
I went through 15 boxes of them.
What's that you're wearing?
It's a filter the doctor gave me to help keep away the germs. It's very fine.
Bye, Arver.
So long, Gilbert.
I can't see my grandfather in there. They must have him locked up in the inner cell. It's the prison door. Big, solid, and unbreakable. It's locked. That waitress Sarah must have used this napkin to blot her lips. I can use one of those poems from that book. Well, let's see. Here's one. Every night I think of you. I toss and turn and sweat. My heart goes thump, 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 thump. I think it's time we met. Not exactly my style, but it'll do. Meet me at the east end of the forest. Come alone. Love, Sarah. Hey, Mr. Davenport.
Young Gilbert, isn't it?
Yes, that's us.
Have you heard anything about the mushroom theft?
No, but it's a shame. Losing that mushroom is bad for business. If we can't take care of a simple mushroom, how can we take care of our ships? Things like that can force you to cut profits. Abraham is a good man, but it would be better for business if the king hadn't let this drag on another week.
My grandfather's life is more important than money.
To you, maybe. But everything has a price, Gilbert, whether you like it or not. And the king's wavering is gonna cost us big.
Who did you talk to yesterday morning?
Lots of people. I had a nice chat with the waitress here. What's her name? Tara? No, it's Sarah. Quite a good-looking girl, that Sarah. I wish she'd come work for me. Be good for business.
Did anyone talk to you about renting a boat?
Yesterday morning, a few people. John Morley wanted to take his wife out for an anniversary cruise, and Pickard sold one of his fishing boats now that his son got that job at the warehouse. And the sheriff wanted to rent a boat.
The sheriff?
Yep. He wanted a fast gunship that he could sail without a crew. I couldn't get it for him until late last night. He was mighty sore about that. Said he needed to chase the mushroom thief. But he wouldn't take an unarmed rig. And he wouldn't take a ship with a crew either.
I need a boat.
I can't spare any.
But I really need one.
Well, tell you what. If you get me a crystal ball, I'll see what I can do.
That sounds good.
When will you give me a boat again?
When you bring me a crystal ball.
Where did the sheriff say he was going?
He didn't. And I don't think he was in the mood to tell me either.
How much does it cost to rent a boat?
More than you have, I'll tell you that.
Do you charge reduced rates for leaky boats?
I do not have any leaky boats.
Do you charge reduced rates for torn sails?
All my sails are fully mended.
Do you charge reduced rates for broken oars?
I wouldn't send a ship out with broken oars.
Do you charge reduced rates for drunken sailors?
None of the men are allowed to sail if they're too drunk to tie a knot. They might be too drunk to stand, but that's never stopped a good sailor before.
Makes sense.
Do you charge reduced rates for crooked masts?
My ships have no crooked masts.
Do you charge reduced rates for twisted rudders?
Would I be in business long if I sent out ships with twisted rudders?
Do you charge reduced rates for uneven keels?
My boats are kept in top condition. There isn't a warp plank in the lot of them.
Do you charge reduced rates for rusty cannon?
My gunsmiths make sure that the amount of rust meets industry standards.
Do you charge reduced rates for short anchor chains?
All my ship's anchor chains are of regulation length.
What kind of guarantee do your boats have?
They have an industry standard guarantee. If you find anything at all unsatisfactory, just return the vessel to me, and I refund 25% of the cost, minus a restocking charge, of course.
Huh.
What kind of boats do you have?
You name it, I got it. I got a ship to suit any need. You need a square-rigged merchantman or a fast English frigate? I got 'em. Need a fore and aft job like a bark, pinnace, or sloop? I've got those too. I've got schooners and yachts, fishing trawlers, pilot boats, rowboats, life rafts. I've even got an old dugout canoe.
Why do you always sound so grumpy?
Business is a serious business, Gilbert. When you're responsible for as many people and as much money as I am, well, it's no laughing matter.
Can you give me some advice on business?
Good for you, Gilbert. To be successful, a man has to learn from successful men.
Makes sense.
I'll tell you. Business is a lot like a game of cards. You gotta know when to hold 'em, and know when to fold 'em. Know when to walk away, and know when to run.
Do you play cards a lot?
Yep. I'm the chairman of the local poker club. Me and the boys get together to play about once or twice a week. Been doing so for years.
Do you always win?
Not always. Nowhere near often enough, if you ask me. I think some of the boys are cheating.
Why do you think they're cheating?
Because they win too much.
Or maybe
sure,
you're just bad at the game.
But it isn't normal for luck to last that long. We're talking years here, Gilbert.
Why don't you do something about it?
I'd like to, but this isn't something you can accuse someone of easily. Men have lost their lives for being wrong about that sort of thing. And these men are some of my suppliers, Gilbert.
Huh.
I need to maintain a profitable business relationship with them, even if they are cheaters. If I only had some way of knowing what they were up to ahead of time. You know, I almost bought a crystal ball once. There was a shop in town that used to sell them, but it closed down, disappeared. Yep, if I had a crystal ball, I could see whether the boys are cheating and make them pay me back what I've lost.
Wouldn't a crystal ball help you cheat, too?
I'd prefer to think of that as counter-cheating.
Have you tried cookie crumbs?
Excuse me?
You know, eat a cookie, read the future in the crumbs.
I've never heard of that.
I do it all the time.
Really?
I could show you, but it takes a lot of practice, and you have to have an eye for crumbs.
I think I'll stick with a crystal ball.
Yeah, most likely a good idea.
Why don't you go see the fortune teller?
She and I had a, well, let's just say we used to be on more than friendly terms. I'm afraid it ended on a sour note. She would never help me with this. We haven't even spoken in years.
Bye, Mr. Davenport.
Goodbye, Gilbert.
Do you got anything new to say? Nope.
I've got to go.
Okay, remember, don't tell anyone who I really am.
Right.
I don't know who you really are. You're just some sort of guy that stands there all day.
Bye, Saul.
Bye, Gilbert. Go away.
That's rude.
Yes?
Hi, Elton.
Come in, Gilbert.
How does it work?
You place a chunk of cheese in the middle of the trap, and when the mouse tries to get to the cheese, it gets engulfed in the slime. The slime then slowly digests the mouse, leaving only the skeleton behind.
Ah, that sounds absolutely disgusting.
If you think that's bad, you should smell the fumes the slime gives off when it's digesting.
Imagine being digested slowly in a big glob of slime. Imagine being digested slowly in a big glob of slime.
Of course the robot is in the way for the other one.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
What do you got to say?
What's the news?
The king granted a temporary stay of execution to your grandfather, Abraham Goodmate.
What a wise and sensible king we have.
I suppose. The fashion editor wrote a scathing review on page 5. She thinks the king is really starting to show his age.
Huh.
Okay, I've got to go now.
Bye, Gilbert!
That door is so cool.
Yeah, you said that many times, Gilbert.
Hello, Gilbert. I've been expecting you.
Yeah, I know.
Goodbye, Gilbert.
Bye. It's filled with books. Maybe there's a secret passageway. Guess not. It's a very fancy-looking chest. It's locked. The Destiny of Mankind, a book of prophecy by Antonio de la Tonere del Dios. I didn't know the sheriff was a prophet. Weird. It's written in some foreign language. Even the letters don't make any sense.
I mean, he's quite
Wait, here's something
foreign.
I can read. It's written in the sheriff's handwriting.
I am beginning to be sick of these dreadful cigars. Almost I cannot remember how it is not to have this terrible taste in my mouth. And this horrible, horrible cough. But it won't be long now. So many of my visions have already become true. I had another vision today, and after only 2 cigars. Soon, I think, I will not need the cigars. I will be seeing the visions completely on my own. In my vision today, 3 cows were dressed up like bulls.
You're quite
One with
clearly
a
just
red
getting
mustache,
high.
one with a blue mustache, and one with a big green feathers instead of horns. They spoke to me in my vision, warning about the bullfighter. The one who has been chasing me through my spirit dreams. He's getting so close, they say. It's time to begin the end of the spirit plan.
Weird.
This is how I know I am close to fulfilling the most exciting of my prophecies, where the sleeper is awakened and made a slave to my every desire. Then it will be as I foretold, that the evil one shall do my bidding for the good of all mankind. Except, of course, with those who will not be able to see the beauty of the new ways, and will all have to be destroyed, you know. That is truly sad. And yet, it is exactly as the visions say it must be.
I'm not sure what that means exactly, but I don't like the sound of it at all.
I'm now ready to carry out my plan. I must go now, to bring El Hongo de la Vida to la Isla de la Brujo de Miendo.
El Hongo de la Vida? I wonder what that means. Well, the rest of the book is empty. It's filled with books. I don't think that shelf is going to budge. That's one ugly, scary mask. I can't reach it, but I don't want it anyway.
You got
Hi,
anything new to say? Vanderstein.
Vanderstein!
Hmm? Oh, hi, Gilbert.
You look busy. I'll come back later.
Steer yourself away from trouble, lad.
I always do.
I don't mean once you're already in trouble, Gilbert. You should try and avoid it in the first place.
Yes, sir. Did you see anything weird last night?
Well, a boat crossed my sights in the very early morning. There was a lantern on it, or I wouldn't have been able to see it at all.
Did you see who it was?
It looked kind of like the sheriff, but I've never seen the sheriff on a boat before. He had something big on the deck, too, but I couldn't make it out. Anyway, it wasn't a Viking ship, or I wouldn't have let it get away.
Of course.
I think I'd better save it for later. That logo looks a lot like a real ship. I don't have time to clean that. I don't want to blow his nose. I don't want to give that away.
Alright then. Here you go. You were talking so much
Sarah
about
asked
Sarah.
me to give this to you.
I'm coming, my darling!
Ah, love. I wonder how long he'll wait for her.
Most likely he will wait for her too long.
They're filled with tea from the Fungoria Tea Company. Cinnamon grapefruit licorice zinger. Yuck. All I can see are a bed and some bookshelves. I'll find out who lives here from the address on an envelope. It's empty. I don't know. This isn't exactly a place for a normal person to live. It could be dangerous.
So
what the heck?
Yeah, exactly.
Hello.
Well now, young man, and who might you be?
I'm a teetotaler, and I'm here to count your tea bags.
Rubbish. A teetotaler is someone who practices complete abstinence from alcoholic drinks, not someone who totals tea.
I'm an angel.
Yes, well, aren't we all jolly nice sometimes?
I'm the Queen of Sheba.
Not likely. I've met her. She's much taller than you are.
I'm Gilbert Goodmate. Who are you?
I'm Lipton, Sir Reginald Philibert Lipton, to be precise.
Alright then.
So, would you fancy a spot of tea?
No thanks. What's so interesting about tea?
I must say, tea is the most interesting thing there is. In addition to being the perfect beverage, it has countless other uses. For instance, it's a wonderful astringent. If you suffer from smelly feet, just soak them in a bowl of warm tea, once or several times a day for a few days.
What else can you do with tea?
They say it makes a wonderful hair dye.
I don't believe that.
Doesn't like the thought of going grey. I've never tried it, mind you. Showing the grey has never bothered me at all. Even with grey hair, I'm just as sexy.
What else can you do with tea?
Well, you can use mint tea to wash your face. I like spearmint, but peppermint will work just as well. It really gets into the pores for a deep, fresh, clean feeling.
What else can you do with tea?
Chamomile can help you relax, and it's just the thing to help you fall asleep after a long day drinking tea. It also helps take the edge off your moodiness if you're not blessed with a permanently cheery disposition like mine.
You are cheery now, with other words.
What else can you do with tea?
I always find
really
that mint
all
tea
that
helps
happy.
with digestion. It's good to have some peppermint tea on hand to help fight cramps and nausea. It also helps to soothe a headache, and it's a good way to perk yourself up if you can't tolerate caffeine.
What else can you do with tea?
Cold tea can be used to soothe a sunburn, and it quenches the thirst like nothing else. My men and I went through a lot of tea when we crossed the Sahara.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I'm nothing really. You see, I have no need. I'm quite comfortably retired. I served the better part of my life as an officer with the army of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. God rest her soul. I earned my title and was given sufficient lands which, when sold, left me well enough supported to pursue my interests in retirement here.
Have you traveled to any exotic lands?
Oh, yes. I've been to Kenya, Argentina, Sri Lanka, China, India, Indonesia, Turkey, Australia, Egypt, and Japan.
Do you still like to travel?
No, I'm afraid my traveling days are well behind me. Of course, I still enjoy reading my travel books. And I have some friends who travel, and they send me letters from time to time. I go traveling by proxy now, I guess you might say.
Have you been in any great battles?
As an officer of the Crown, I took part in countless battles, and indeed, there were many that would, from a historian's perspective, be called great. Though neither I nor the other men who fought in them would share quite the same sentiment.
I bet it's fun to kick butt on the battlefield.
I admit, there is a certain amount of pleasure to be had in victory.
Yeah,
but in my experience, war has always been the most horrifying of endeavors. I would almost say it was unfortunate, except that I find myself enjoying the profits of a long and successful military career. And, of course, there was the Battle of Funky Su.
The Battle of Funky Su?
My men and I had been assigned to Emperor Hassan to chase down what we were told was a small band of brigands who had taken the Emperor's daughter hostage. We gave chase and caught up with the brigands in the Funky Su Valley, where it suddenly became clear that we had been grossly misinformed of their numbers.
What did you do?
That army of thieves was led by the great tactician Wao Pimbu. We faced a numerically superior force with a vastly superior knowledge of the terrain, with the defenders' advantage and, thanks to the Emperor's underestimation, having the element of surprise. There was only one thing to do.
You attacked the flank?
No, we turned around, marched right back to the Emperor, and convinced him to pay the pittance they'd asked for his daughter in the first place.
So you lost?
On the contrary. If we'd attacked the brigand army, outnumbered as we were, we would surely have met with defeat. Dishonoring the Emperor and Wao Pimbu would only have demanded an even larger sum for the return of the Emperor's daughter. As it happened, the Emperor paid the ransom. His daughter was returned unharmed.
What did you get?
The Emperor knew of my love for tea, and he gave me his entire supply of the rarest black tea in the world.
Well,
really?
that's nice.
What's it called?
It has no name, although in fact it is known to tea connoisseurs as the unnamed tea. There was an old legend about a variety of Camellia sinensis, that's the evergreen all teas are made from, that once grew on a mountain overlooking the Funky Su Valley. It is said that the leaves of this plant were so full of flavor that nothing else could grow within a mile of the plant without taking on some of the same bitter taste. The aroma from the plant was so powerful that only a few ever dared to steep its leaves. The unnamed tea was so full of flavor it made all other teas seem like water. But it was terribly bitter and had to be sweetened. And its leaves were so fragile that once dried and crushed, they turned into a powder as fine as talc.
That's a lot of information.
Why wasn't the unnamed tea ever named?
I suppose it might have had a name once, but no one knows what it was. The plant that produced the unnamed tea disappeared from the mountain near the Funky Su Valley long, long ago. Which is why it was incredible that Emperor Hassan had some of the unnamed tea in his possession. Apparently, it had just been discovered in his treasure vaults, where it must have sat forgotten for hundreds of years.
All right.
Have you tasted the unnamed tea yet?
Unfortunately, no. It is indeed as fine a powder as the legends say, and I've never found a filter fine enough to make it. I'd need something to sweeten it with as well. I don't normally sweeten my tea, but for the unnamed tea, I'd have to make an exception.
That makes sense.
Why haven't you tasted the unnamed tea yet?
Because I don't have a filter that's fine enough, and I don't have anything to sweeten it with.
You sure drink a lot of tea.
Yes, well, it's a habit I picked up while I was in the Orient in Her Majesty's service.
What's your favorite tea?
Oh, dear me, there are so many that I like. I don't think I possibly could choose. I've always enjoyed green tea, and I doubt I would ever get to bed at night without my chamomile. Mint tea always makes me feel good, and dung thistle always has a unique, refreshing taste. However, I suppose I'd have to say my favorite blend is Earl Grey.
Well, Lipton, I have to go.
Right, well, tally-ho, and always remember, you're unique, son, just like everyone else.
Yeah, that doesn't make me very
Now
unique.
that's a big teacup.
Indeed it is. In fact, that's the world's largest bone china teacup.
It's one of Vandersteen's VIP cards.
I say, my good fellow, do leave that where it is. We can't have you off with my VIP card now, can we?
Alright.
It's a heavy gold-plated lock. It's a little teapot, short and stout. It's a little teapot, short and stout. I'm not planning to have tea with the mushroom thief.
Well, why not? Well, we got the honey, but we need a filter.
Not the most scenic location for an outdoor cafe. No spies allowed. I wonder if that applies to peeping Toms. Ugh, it smells like it's full of old socks.
Well, of course it's full of old socks. And old pairs of underwear and maybe a support hose or two.
That's disgusting.
It's my bag of rags. Most of the items have been washed, of course. Well, some of them anyway.
Why would anyone want to buy a bag of rags?
Oh, lots of people would like to buy a bag of rags. Schools putting on a wagon wash to make money. Someone painting a room with one of those neat smooshing pattern effects. Underground resistance fighters making Molotov cocktails. Well, there's no end to the usefulness of a bag of rags.
How much is it?
Not as much as you'd think. Today, special for you, I'd say 115.
What? Who would pay that much for a bag of stinky old rags?
Well, it's all about supply and demand. And nothing polishes your eyeglasses like a pair of old underwear.
All right then.
It's half a suit of armor. I wonder what happened to the pants. Hello, my name is Gilbert Goodmate.
I'm Larry Lacrimose. Welcome to my cave shop. What can I do for you today?
Where do you get all the weird things you sell?
What weird things?
Your, exclusive merchandise.
Oh, well, some of it I manufacture myself, but some of it is acquired through my web of contacts and suppliers. And, of course, some of it comes from the Johnson & Smith wholesale catalog.
What time does the cafe open?
The cafe? Oh, well, I thought it would be a nice attraction, but I'm afraid it hasn't brought in as much business as I had hoped it would. In fact, I'd have to say it's closed for good.
Oh.
Have you tried anything else to attract business?
Oh, sure. There was Larry's Incredible Flea Circus, the Larry Lacrimose Lungfish Race, the annual Lighthouse Spotting Competition, and one year I featured a week-long cave shop film festival. But none of them really brought in the crowds.
Empty out your safe. This is a stick-up.
I don't have a safe. I keep my money hidden in stalagmite formations.
All right then.
I'd like to buy one of those crystal balls.
What crystal balls?
Are you trying to be difficult?
Of course I am.
What do you call those big glass balls, then?
I call them marbles.
Not crystal balls?
Not at the moment, no.
I just want to buy a crystal ball.
Sorry, can't help you. Is there anything else I can do for you?
I'm just looking.
Oh, really? I knew it. You're a spy, aren't you?
No.
If I were a spy, wouldn't I be carrying all sorts of top-secret gizmos?
Oh, you've got all sorts of gadgets hidden on you. I know. I can tell.
Really carrying a lot
Look,
of stuff.
I'm not a spy. I'm a customer.
Ha! That's what you want me to think. But I see right through your disguise.
I'm not wearing a disguise.
Sure you are. You think dressing up like a customer will fool me?
Why don't you believe me?
Well, for starters, you're a spy.
I'm not a spy.
You sure you're not a spy?
Oh, I didn't say Goodmate. Gilbert Goodmate, did I?
So, you're sure you're not a spy?
Yes, I'm sure.
Oh, well, sorry about that. I don't get too many customers in here anymore.
Why don't you have a big sale?
And let my competitors know where I am? No way. Besides, my prices are already great. For instance, just look at those crystal balls there.
Now you call them crystal balls.
I thought you said those were marbles.
I thought you were a spy. If I told every spy that comes in here I have crystal balls for sale, there'd be crystal ball selling cave shops springing up all over the place. Then, before you know it, I'm forced to open somewhere else, in a grass hut shop or an igloo shop or a desert tent shop, and where would it end?
How much are those crystal balls selling for?
First, let me tell you a little bit about them.
Sure.
Now I know what you're thinking. Larry, what could be so special about your crystal balls?
Nothing.
Well, these aren't your ordinary run-of-the-mill crystal balls. These here crystal balls are the real thing. Guaranteed to fortune tell within 30 days or your money back. Just look at the polish on these babies. See how well crafted they are? None of that annoying distortion of reality you get with the regular kind. No siree, these balls will show your future with the utmost clarity.
So how much are they?
I know what you're thinking. Larry, it's not every day a man sees such perfectly polished balls. They must be worth a lot of money. Well, of course these crystal balls are valuable. And one of the things that makes them so valuable is their unique, user-friendly control system. And no rubbing of the genie bottle with these little globes. No hocus-pocus or weird chanting melodies. Your virgins and small animals are safe.
And their price would be?
Let me answer your question. But there's one more thing you should know. These crystal balls incorporate the latest in ASS reliability. You may not have heard of ASS, it's so new. But these balls have it. Accurate soothsaying ensures a very low fallibility rate. That's why they come with a 30-day guarantee. You just can't go wrong with these crystal balls. They're a choice product. You won't find them anywhere else.
Listen, if you don't just tell me the price, I'm going to leave.
I hear you. Really, I do. But you won't find crystal balls like this in any other shop. These balls are the real thing. No, wait. I haven't even told you about the optional carrying case. 10,000.
10,000? Are you kidding?
I know what you're thinking. Larry, that price is too low. You might even be wondering if these balls are stolen. Let me tell you, balls this good don't grow in caves. I have to pay my suppliers, but that's the beauty of this location. What I save on advertising, I can pass on to you. So how are you going to pay? Credit or cash?
I don't have 10,000.
I see. Yes, well, that's a lot of money for anyone to carry around, sure. I'll tell you what, since you're not a spy, and since you're my first customer today, I'll put one of these balls on hold for you. No extra charge.
Can't you make me a better deal?
You weren't paying attention, were you?
Okay, I'll come back when I have the money.
I'll try to keep one of these balls on hold for you, but I have to warn you, at this price, they won't last long.
Alright then.
I'll just shove these balsa wood balls onto the ends of this aluminum bar. Ta-da! An impressively large weight bar that I can actually lift. I don't think it works like that. Hello?
Yes?
I'm ready to help you put on your show.
So, you found a strong man for me then?
There we go.
Not exactly.
So, what do you got?
I've got a phony barbell that's light enough for me to lift with one hand.
You know, that just might do the trick. When the crowd sees a skinny fellow like you, why, it's a brilliant idea. Simply stupendous. Now, here's what I want you to do. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. You're about to witness a demonstration of the eighth wonder of the world, Dr. Fraud's miracle medicine. But first, let me tell you a little bit about this wonderful elixir. Now, most of you have your own traditional remedies for things. My mother was fond of cod liver oil, and they work fine for some things, but wouldn't it be nice to have something that worked for everything that ever ails ya? Well, folks, this is it. I travel the world to collect every folk remedy, every traditional family cure-all, every single last recipe for chicken soup. I visited the monks of Tibet, the healers of the Americas, the head doctors of all the finest universities, and I talked with their grandmothers too. And I put all that knowledge together, all those years of research, into making a product that would finally put an end to the sicknesses of mankind. And that product is none other than Dr. Fraud's Miracle Medicine! Now, I know what some of you are thinking. How can you trust a man with a name like Dr. Fraud? Well, I'll tell ya. Having a name like that hasn't always been easy. I know a lot of folks will make up their minds about me before they even give themselves a chance to hear me talk. But when I was just a young man, my mother said to me, "Cornelius, now don't you let your last name get in the way of being a great man. Rise above your name, Cornelius, and show the world what a trustworthy, honest and honourable man you are." My mama believed in me, God bless her soul. And when you try Dr. Fraud's Miracle Medicine, why, you'll be a believer too. Folks, this may be hard to believe, but Dr. Fraud's Miracle Medicine is the last medicine you'll ever have to buy. It cures every illness known to mankind, every single one, from bronchial infections to athlete's foot, pneumonia, kidney stones, bad breath, gout, you name it. It cures it. Folks, this medicine is the real thing.
Does it help with plantar's warts? My friend has them.
Just one drop of Dr. Fraud's Miracle Medicine burns them up and dries them off.
Does it help with cramps? Does it help with PMS?
It puts an end to both. Dr. Fraud's Miracle Medicine has saved more marriages than I could ever count.
What about bladder infections, gallstones, ulcers, diarrhea, intermittent nausea, frontal headache, chronic fatigue syndrome, arthritis, botulism, leprosy, cancer, carpal tunnel syndrome, rectoocular pain, leprosy, amnesia, diabetes, affluenza, influenza, appetite loss, malaria, narcolepsy, rabies, narcotizing fasciitis, polyarteritis, nodosa, depression, nightmares, tularemia, multiple chemical sensitivity and spontaneous human combustion.
It treats all of that and more. And to top it off, Dr. Fraud's Miracle Medicine taken daily will make you unbelievably and incredibly strong.
Even if you're a pencil-necked geek?
Hard to believe. Well, how about a live demonstration then? But first, I should like to tell you about today's special. With every bottle of Dr. Fraud's Miracle Medicine you purchase today, you'll also receive the world's smallest juice press free.
Not sick at all.
Now watch this 9-stone weakling lift that incredibly heavy barbell. Go ahead, son. Have a sip of the Miracle Medicine and see what you can do. Now, folks, you know it isn't a medicine if it don't taste horrible.
Wow!
And you could be just as strong with a daily dose of Dr. Fraud's Miracle Medicine. Here, son, I'd hate to see you have to lose your strength now that you've had a taste of Dr. Fraud's Miracle Medicine. Here's a bottle just for you, free of charge. And of course you get the world's smallest juice press. And while I'm at it, here's a bottle of starch.
Thanks?
Now, who's going to be the first to take advantage of this incredible offer?
I'll buy a bottle. I'll buy 2.
Hey, Arver, did you get some miracle medicine?
No. Dr. Fraud said he would have given me a deal, but he sold out before I could talk to him.
Well, I could give you my bottle.
Really?
Sure.
Wow. I can't wait to try it. Do you want my filter? I won't need it anymore.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, jolly good. Come in, make yourself at home, I say.
Yes, of course. Here you go with the filter.
I've brought you something, Lipton. It's an ultrafine filter, specially made for making rare blends of tea.
Oh, goodness gracious me, that's marvellous. Simply marvellous. Now, if I only had some kind of sweetener, I could try the unnamed tea.
And here's your honey.
Would you like some honey, Lipton?
What's that you said?
Would you like some honey for the unnamed tea?
You brought me some honey? Why, that would be splendid.
Here you go.
Now I can finally try the unnamed tea. This is so exciting. Could you fetch it for me, do you think?
Of
Here's
course.
the key.
Okay. Which one is it?
It's the one without a name on the box.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Is something wrong?
Oh, heavens, no. It's just that, well, after all this time. Oh, well, down the hatch.
It worked. For emergency use only. 555-4324, extension 36. Ever wonder why all phone numbers start with 555? Hello?
Yeah, sort of.
Sergio? This is Lipton. Jolly good heavens. Could you
I
connect
cut
me
the
to
phone line yesterday.
555-4324, extension 36?
I don't understand how
yes,
this
I'll wait.
works.
Vandersteen? Lipton here. Oh, a bit of a cold. It's nothing really. VIP ID? Oh, right. 9824 0239 0123 012. Password? London Bridge? Yes, well, the, bridge. Yes, leaking. Yes. Right away? Thank you. I think I'd better leave before Vandersteen gets here.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
I will.
I'll bring it back. Anyway,
look at
I'm
that,
sure
I fixed the
Vandersteen
line.
can build another one.
I guess that makes sense.
What's the news?
Newly appointed bridge guard abandons his post.
Where did he go?
A reporter found him crying at the east end of the forest.
Okay, I've got to go now.
Bye, Gilbert.
You look busy. I'll come back later. Going up. This is for years of early mornings. I've always wanted to do that. A perfectly good spring.
Right then.
Going down.
Oh,
Hey
no,
there,
you
buddy.
can't go there. You won't get by Eric Dupree.
Are you the only guard here?
Yes. Why'd you ask?
Who keeps watch while you're sleeping?
I've trained myself to live on 1 hour and 25 minutes of sleep a day. Throughout the night, I sleep for 15 seconds. Wake up for a minute or two, sleep for another 15 seconds, and so on.
Isn't that bad for your health?
Well, they say lack of sleep can stunt your growth, but I don't believe it.
Well, you're quite short.
Aren't you a little bit small to be a Viking?
Not at all. Being Viking is a state of mind.
Have you seen any mysterious characters in the past few days?
No.
Are you sure? You haven't seen anybody in the past few days?
Oh, well, sure, I've seen people, but nobody mysterious.
Have you seen any suspicious people then?
Suspicious? Nope, none of those.
Seen any strange characters?
You're all a bit strange to me. But did I see any stranger than usual? No.
Have you seen anything unusual at all?
Well, I got this weird fungus growing between my toes.
So what's behind the door?
I can't tell you, it's a secret.
I bet there's a really big Viking treasure behind that door.
You think so?
Well, why else would there be a guard tower manned
Yeah,
by the
exactly.
famous Eric the Brave?
You've heard of me?
Of course. Everyone's heard of Eric the Brave. You're the most famous Viking of all.
I suppose I've been in some famous battles. Tell me, of all the battles I've won, what was your favorite? Surely you remember.
When you led the army of something or other in battle against the... whoever they were.
I don't remember that one. Are you sure that wasn't my brother, Eric the Courageous?
Never heard of him.
Well, what do you know? I'm famous.
It must be hard
That
work
was
guarding
easy.
that treasure all by yourself.
No job is too hard for Eric the Brave.
Eric the Brave? You look more like Cedric the Snail.
What do you mean?
Well, I couldn't help but notice. It took you a while to climb down those stairs.
Well, it was fast enough to stop you.
Sure, but I was walking
What's that
slowly.
tower for, anyway?
It's my lookout tower. The Viking War Book recommends using a Viking lookout tower to prevent surprise attacks.
How does the tower prevent surprise attacks?
From the top of the tower, I can see everyone who approaches, thus foiling any attempt at a surprise attack.
What if someone sneaks up on you?
I've got a perfect view of the forest floor. There's no way anyone could sneak up on me.
What if they rode in on hot air balloons?
I'm sure I'd see the balloons before they even got close.
What if they came disguised as a tree?
I'm an expert woodsman. I can spot a fake tree a mile away.
What if they came charging in on fast horses?
Then I'd hear the horses' hooves on the forest floor.
What if they dug a tunnel and snuck by underground?
Then
Yeah.
I guess I'd just run down the stairs really fast.
I don't know. It took you a long time to get down those stairs.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
it did.
because I wasn't in a hurry. I can get down those stairs much faster.
Oh, yeah? Prove it.
You don't believe Eric the Brave?
Well,
No,
I really
don't.
thought Eric the Brave would provide a tighter defense.
I'll show you how fast I can get down those stairs. Okay, just a moment while I catch my breath.
Tired already?
Huh, okay. Get ready to see some real speed. There, see?
That was pathetic.
Well, wait, I wasn't ready. Let me try again.
Alright then.
You're right. It's too far to climb down in time, and I'm wearing all this heavy armor under my clothes, you see?
I can't believe it. Eric the Brave with such a gaping hole in his defenses.
There has to be a faster way down. It's too high to jump down. Maybe if I built a net?
But what if you get tangled up in it? And what if the enemy destroys it?
And there's no river close enough for me to build a water slide. Perhaps I could parachute down.
I don't think the
Maybe.
tower's high enough.
Yeah.
If only... Hey, wait, I've got it. I could attach an elastic to the top of the tower, tie the other end to my legs, and leap safely over the side to stop the tunnelers as soon as they reach the surface.
A bungee cord?
Yeah, that's it, a bungee cord. Do you know where I can get a bungee cord?
I'm afraid not.
Well, if you think of anything, let me know.
Yeah, sure. Here you go.
Is this what you wanted?
A bungee cord!
That's
This is
sort of.
great! Whee! How do I get down?
Good question.
Hey there, Eric. How's it hanging?
You have to get me down from here!
Guess that bungee cord idea wasn't so brilliant after all.
Please, you have to get me down!
I suppose it would be the right thing to do.
Yes, getting me down is the right thing. Oh, my blood is rushing to my brain.
Nah. Wow, look at all the stuff.
Hey, you can't go in there.
Of course I can.
Those Vikings sure have a lot of stuff. They've got way too much gold in here. I'd better take some. And this painting of a brunette, she Sure has a weird smile. Nah, that can't be worth anything. Hey, what's this? A ticket?
The Mona Lisa.
The 9th Annual Viking Slave Market. Admit 1. Yeah, heck, why not? Everything else is too big for me to carry. That statue of a 3-headed monkey would be fun to have, though. No, too big. Besides, the engraving says it belongs to someone named Lucas.
Look, would you leave our stuff alone? And could you please let me down, please?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
I'd like to buy this crystal ball, please.
All right, Gilbert. I take it you've straightened out your financial situation then?
Would you accept a small fortune in Viking gold?
Yes. Yes, indeed. Well, fine. Then just place the crystal ball on my conveyor belt and I'll ring up the sale. Now, let's see. This dial sets the speed and this switch...
Hey!
Oops. I had it set too fast. Sorry. That's never happened before. Don't worry, it was my mistake. I won't make you pay for that one. There are 2 more crystal balls over on the shelf. Just pick whichever one you like best.
Alright then.
Right. Now just place it on the conveyor belt.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Oh, don't worry. I've already adjusted the speed. Please, just put the crystal ball down on the conveyor belt and I'll ring up the sale.
Uh-huh.
Now, let's see. I think I'll adjust the speed a little, just to be safe.
What are you doing?
Oops. My mistake. I must have read the dial wrong. I really need to do something about the lighting back here. It can be pretty hard to read the controls. Oh well, not to worry. I know what I'm doing now. I've got it figured out. Just go over there and pick up that other crystal ball.
Can't I just give it to you?
Now just place it on the conveyor belt.
Are you serious?
Don't you want to buy it?
Oh, of course I do. But why do I have to put it on the conveyor belt? Wouldn't it be just as easy for me to hand it to you?
I'm sorry, but the conveyor belt is there for a reason.
But you've already broken 2 crystal balls.
Yes, and I'm sorry for that, but I assure you it won't happen again. Just put the crystal ball on the belt, please.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Nonsense. I've turned the dial all the way back. It should move very slowly now. Mark my word.
Yikes!
Well done.
Oh dear.
I can't believe you just destroyed 3 crystal balls!
Yes, well, you can't always prevent human error.
I guess you have more crystal balls in the back then. How about if we don't use the conveyor belt this time?
No, I'm afraid that was the last one.
You can't be serious.
I'll put an order in for a new shipment right away.
How long will that take?
Oh, not long at all. It usually only takes 4 to 6 weeks for delivery.
But that's too long. I need it right away.
Sorry, I can put a rush on the order, but it will still take at least 3 weeks to get here.
I can't believe this. This was a matter of life and death. How could you be so careless?
I feel your pain. Really,
God damn it, Larry.
And I want to make it up to you. Somehow. Here, take this. Go on. Take it. It's yours, free of charge.
A crowbar?
I used to use it to get discounts from my suppliers when they had those scratch and dent sales. But they stopped having sales like that, so I don't need it anymore. I'm sure you can find a good use for it.
I can think of a few things I'd like to scratch and dent myself around here.
There's no need for violence.
No, you're right. I'm really not a violent person. But I really need a crystal ball.
We found it somewhere. Don't worry, Larry. No,
I don't think that would accomplish anything.
No. He's still asleep there. No one hears anymore.
I don't think that would accomplish anything. I don't think that would accomplish anything.
What do you know?
I don't think that would accomplish anything.
Alright then.
Yes?
Hi, Elton.
Come in, Gilbert.
Nope.
Extra, extra! Read all about it!
Where am I going?
I said I'd bring it back.
Ah, alright then.
Yes, it is true. Just like he says.
What's the news?
Secret Viking hideout burglarized! Vikings moved their treasure out of Fungoria!
What's going to happen to their tower?
Fungoria Amusements is planning to turn it into a permanent bungee jump ride.
You're kidding.
Well
Not
done.
at all. They got a one ad for women's brasiers on page 2.
Okay, I've got to go now.
Bye, Gilbert!
There sure is a lot of stuff in here. Cards, candles, slippers, trousers, colored stones, a magnet, yuck, some bones, and a dead bird, some cans of rutabaga beer, and a book. It looks very old. This is interesting. It's the diary written by one of the people who buried Karn. Well, let's see. September 16th. The expedition to Karn's castle gave us some horrible news. The wizard protected himself with a preservation spell. According to his notes, he can be brought back to life again by a ritual involving the instrument of his death?
The
I
mushroom.
don't know if that's possible, but the thought of that wizard returning has the men terrified.
Of course.
We've decided not to bury Karn in the town square under the mushroom as originally planned. Instead, we will bury him on an island off the coast. We don't want him anywhere near the mushroom, just in case. September 17th. Today we celebrated Marvin's triumph over Karn. It feels good to see the people happy again. It's been too many years since I've seen smiles on their faces or heard this much laughter in the streets. I feel sorry for Marvin, though. People are giving more credit to the mushroom than they are to the boy. They've already decided to call it the Mushroom Festival.
Yeah,
It also
that
seems destined
would
to
be
become an
pretty.
annual event. Those of us who wanted the mushroom destroyed were outvoted on council. Instead, someone will be chosen to guard the mushroom for a year, then someone new will be chosen for the year after that. After what we learned yesterday, I just hope the council isn't making a dreadful mistake.
Well,
September
they are.
21st. The Mushroom Festival has delayed our departure. We've picked the most trustworthy men to form our crew, but none of them want to leave until the festival is over. I'm eager to get this business over with. The longer it takes, the harder it will be to cover our tracks. Well, it won't be long now. Tomorrow we set sail. September 22nd. We reached the island without complications and made anchor in a sheltered cove. There wasn't a single mast on the horizon all day, so hopefully no one has followed us here. The men are in good spirits, and we should have camp set up by nightfall. September 23rd. There are dozens of small caves all over the island. So far, we haven't found any that are big enough, but I'm confident we should find something suitable very soon. And the sooner the better. The wizard isn't showing any signs of decomposing? That wizard is almost in better shape than I am. I've been nauseous and disoriented all day. September 27th. I have been sick with fever for 3 days now. I'm afraid I don't remember much of the past few days. The men found a suitable cave on the 24th, with a small cavern leading to a larger one, which itself leads to a third cavern where we will bury the wizard.
Alright.
They built a wall between the first two caverns that can only be opened by solving a puzzle. A wonderful idea, although the puzzle they chose is much too easy. They tried to come up with a puzzle that no one would want to do, and all the men really hate those sliding tile puzzles. The larger cavern has part of an underground river running through it, which gives me an idea for a second puzzle involving water.
All
I'll
right
have the
then.
men get started on it tomorrow. October 4th. The men have completed the second puzzle. The key is to fill a pail with exactly 4 liters of water and place it upon a weight-sensitive switch. Then, it's complicated to explain. I'll have Philip make a drawing. October 5th. We buried the wizard today. The body hasn't changed one bit. The sight of that wizard as we placed him in his tomb was completely unnerving. Like he wasn't really dead? Just sleeping there.
Well done.
Well, he can sleep there forever now. October 6th. It will be good to be gone and away from the cave. That underground river is home to all kinds of dangerous creatures. We set the traps and blocked the entrance to the cave with heavy iron bars. Now it's time for us to go home. October 7th. We broke camp, weighed anchor, and returned to Fungoria without incident today. The men have all been paid to keep their silence. Things seem to have gone back to normal, finally. I pray we never have to face that evil wizard again. The sheriff must have gone to the island then. But if he really stole the mushroom, that means he wants to revive the wizard? The sheriff
Yes,
isn't
it
gonna bring
seems like
that
it.
dusty old wizard back to life. Not without a fight. I think I'd better leave that where it is. That door is so cool.
I do not think that Master Ziz would be allowing you to take that, please.
Uh-huh. So what do you want?
Hi.
Hello, and many greetings to you.
Can you do any cool tricks?
As a genie, I am able to change my shape completely at will. Would you like me to demonstrate my transformation skills?
Yes, sure. Very much
What
so.
would you like me to transform myself into?
A flying horse.
That's a walrus.
Perhaps you would like me to attempt something else?
A fearless knight.
Once again, walrus.
Perhaps you would like me to attempt something else?
A roaring dinosaur.
Let me guess, walrus. Yes.
Perhaps you would like me to attempt something else?
A garden tractor.
Perhaps you would like me to attempt something else?
Well, how about a walrus then? Okay, now that's just weird.
I am so sorry.
Can't you transform into anything useful? Anything else? Yeah, I should have known.
I admit, I am not so very good at this.
Can you do anything else?
Yes, I can make something appear by magic.
Can you make a chocolate bar? Can you make a ceiling fan? Can you make a tied-up mushroom thief? Can you make a giant mushroom? Can't you try harder? I need a giant mushroom to save my grandfather. What's
that's
that?
pleasant.
It is a glow-in-the-dark ball. Here.
No wonder you're still in training. I bet Madame Ziz could do better than that.
Well, you should not be so impressed with Master Ziz. She is not as much powerful as you are believing. It is not even Master Ziz that can see into the future. It is only the crystal ball that can do this.
How would you know?
Because I was here with Master Ziz when she needed to get a new crystal ball. The crystal ball does not last more than 25 years. It was quite an embarrassment to be working with Master Ziz when she was waiting for the new crystal ball. She was having great difficulty pretending to see the future with a crystal ball that was no good. She had been unable to predict how many people she would have to see that day. Because a crystal ball cannot show anything about that day when it becomes no good.
How long has she had this crystal ball?
It will be 15 years this next Wednesday.
So that means it'll be 10 years from Wednesday when this crystal ball stops working.
Yes.
And Madame Ziz can't predict anything that will happen on that day.
That is correct.
Are all genies lazy?
You should not believe Master Ziz when she's saying I'm a lazy genie. I am not a lazy genie. I am simply having to pace myself.
So, do I get 3 wishes now or what?
If I was a full genie, and you have rubbed my genie bottle, then I would have to be granting you 3 wishes as you say. But I am not a full genie, and so I cannot be granting you any wishes. Only for Master Ziz must I be doing this.
Alright then.
How long have you been working for Ziz?
I have been in the employ of Master Ziz for nearly 22 years.
22 years?
Yes, 22 years. But that is not a very long time to a genie. It takes many years for a genie to become a genie. I have been a genie in training for 1,282 years.
Wow.
Yes. Even for a genie, that was a very long time. Many times have I wanted to stop being a genie, but a genie cannot stop until his training is complete. When I become a full genie, then I will be able to do whatever I wish, and there will be no one to tell me what to do. But because I am not a full genie yet, I must do anything that Master Ziz says.
How old are you?
I am but a young genie. Only 1,317 years old.
Wow. Do all genies live that long?
Yes, and much, much longer than that as well. But you must take very good care of yourself when you live for so long. I have been to the dentist 345 times.
Ouch. Do you have a name?
Most definitely.
What is it?
Balthazar Abiba Ahmed Salam Abdullah Harishni Abub. But most of the time my friends call me Glenn.
Alright then, Glenn.
Well, I gotta go.
Oh, you should not be holding it in for too long. Holding it in can become very painful and will lead to much discomfort.
No, I mean, I have to leave.
Yes. Well, in that case, may you find your way safely to the end of your journey.
I don't need it.
I do not think that Master Ziz would be allowing you to take that, please.
Right. The generosity potion, I guess.
I don't think so. Hi, Barry. I have the stuff you wanted for the contract.
Great. Let me just write something up. Let's see. I, the undersigned, promise not to take advantage of. Absolutely binding. Herewith and what so for, etc., etc. Okay, that should do it. Sign right there on the bottom line. Here's your stuff back. Great. Now for a demonstration. Now, remember our contract.
Okay.
Of course I remember the contract.
Do I ever feel generous?
I don't know. You don't look so generous to me.
Well, I feel generous.
Well, maybe if you gave me something.
But all I have is this generosity potion, and it's my last bottle. Oh, what the heck? Here, take it.
Well, what about the contract?
What contract?
Wow, it really does work.
Yep, just like I said.
But now you don't have any potion to demonstrate.
That's okay. I'll just make some more.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Gilbert.
Well then. I guess that
Please,
works.
You cannot tie up the line like this all the time.
That door is so cool.
I'm starting to get a lot of stuff.
I think that could get me in trouble. Hi.
Hello, and many greetings to you.
Well, I gotta go.
Oh, you should not be holding it in for too long.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I have...
Yes? There is no need to rub my genie bottle. As you can see, I am already outside.
I don't need the glove for that.
How do I get rid of the genie now? I am not sure.
Hi, Vandersteen.
Oh, hi.
You look busy.
Say hello.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I'll be right back.
Gone to make some more generosity potion. P.S. Boy, do I feel generous. I think I'd better leave that where it is.
I think I have an idea. Yep, it worked.
Pete!
What?
Vikings! Gilbert, they're everywhere I look. Look at all
I'm
those
not sure
Viking
what
ships. I
this
can
will
almost
do.
reach out and touch them. This
I
must
don't
be the big
remember.
invasion.
I just
Didn't I tell you? I
remembered
told you, Gilbert. I told all of you.
him going
What a
off
sight.
on something
Sink the whole Viking war
completely
fleet.
insane.
You'll need more than a fleet of Viking warships to take this town. Hope you brought your swimming trunks, you filthy, dirty, stinking marauders. Filthy, dirty, stinking. Say hello to all the little fishies.
Yeah, just like that.
That's some heavy cannon fire. What do you think, Papa Victor Alpha Leader? No, he hasn't reported in yet. Oh my. This must be the invasion. We've got to get up there. Long live the PVA!
Look at them, they just keep coming. Too bad for you, Vikings. I'll bounce a cannonball off of every furry chest.
Huh. Alright then, I guess I can steal the band now.
Sorry you ever learned to sail.
Don't let them get too close.
We'll blow them away. Eat balsa wood, you with your pullers. Feel my rage and tremble.
Don't stop firing.
No, they're going to taste the bottom of the sea. Pucker up, Norseman, and kiss my big fat cannonballs. PVA, attack!
I think I better go now.
Come on, you boozy sea rovers. Is that all you got? You'll never take this coast as long as I live.
No.
It sure feels strong.
And I know where that goes.
Yes?
Hi, Elton.
Come in, Gilbert.
Well, hi there. Robot, move these boxes out of the way.
Well, that's certainly one way to move the boxes.
I guess I should have been more specific.
Now you can demonstrate the time machine.
Yes. Well, it's really quite simple. These switches control the date and time, which shows up on these chronological readouts here. Once you have the date input, you press this button to start the steam turbine generators, and this one over here to balance the gluon stream. Then it's just a matter of pressing this button over here to start the temporal distortion.
Then what?
Then you step into the transportation booth to be scanned and uploaded into the time distortion.
What's it like?
It's pretty hard to describe. Kind of like that time I ate those funny mushrooms. You feel a bit woozy when you first get where you're going. Or should I say, when you're going. But it passes quickly enough.
How do you get back?
Got high.
Oh, well, you simply step back through the time portal. Unfortunately, the time portal can't stay open very long, so it's best not to dilly-dally. I prefer not to get too far away from the portal either, if you know what I mean. Well, here goes. I've set the controls to take me back to Princess Michelle's baptism. Maybe I can find out what caused the flood.
Huh.
This should only take a minute. Before you know it, I'll be...
Wow. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that didn't seem too good.
It's the control panel for the time machine. I think the time machine is broken. I don't need that. Yep. It's a broken spring, all right.
Well, I got a new spring.
That ought to do it. Let's see. The genie said 10 years from next Wednesday. Well, here goes nothing. Maybe it isn't gonna... Whoa.
Well done.
Gilbert. Now I know why your lifeline crossed with mine so strangely.
Huh.
You have come here across the normal flow of time. No wonder I sense such danger in your future. If I had known it would be today, I would have cancelled my appointments and hidden from you. But now you are here. So be it. You will not get your hands on my crystal ball.
My grandfather's life depends on you giving me that crystal ball.
I disagree. Whatever was to happen to your grandfather in my time has already happened. And so, there is nothing that I can do that can change this.
But you're wrong. I need that crystal ball.
Perhaps. But I'm afraid I simply cannot spare it. You'll have to find some other way to solve your problem.
If you really liked me, you'd give me your crystal ball.
I assure you, Gilbert, that I can like you without giving you my crystal ball.
But you don't need a crystal ball. You're Madame Ziz.
I've tried that before. It didn't work very well.
Oh, yes. And it was the most funniest day of my life.
You just keep quiet, you.
Why don't you get another crystal ball?
I had one on order, but according to Larry, it was damaged during shipping.
So order another one.
I did. But there's a shortage due to the glass blower's strike. It could take me weeks to get another crystal ball.
I think you will be getting very good at acting, Master Ziz.
Let me have that crystal ball, or else.
Gilbert, I know you better than that. Besides, I would put a curse on you faster than you could bounce a rubber chicken.
What happened to my grandfather?
Careful, Gilbert. That is a dangerous question. Answering it could endanger all of us. Things happen in time for a reason. Just as all things have their place in the universe, so does the universe have its pace. You've risked upsetting a precious balance by coming here from your time to mine.
I can't believe you're not going to help me.
Even if I could spare my crystal ball, Gilbert, it would not be safe to send something back with you from my time to yours. The universe's balance must not be interfered with.
Well, are you going to spray?
I'm afraid I can't give you my crystal ball, Gilbert, because, What was my reason again? Well,
No reason.
I must have had a reason. There are reasons for everything around us, Gilbert. Usually, they are plain as day for me to see.
Are you sure you weren't going to give me your crystal ball?
Well, seeing as it isn't working anyway.
But what about needing to pretend for the customers?
Oh, they're all so gullible. I'm sure it will be fine.
And what about the glassblowers, who are striking at this very moment?
Oh, I'm sure they'll come to an agreement soon enough.
And what about the danger of taking the crystal ball back in time?
What's the worst that can happen?
You once said that the universe could collapse upon itself, leaving us prisoners in the void beyond time and space.
Well, I'm sure it would all work out in the end.
Master Ziz, I am afraid you are the victim of some unknown substance.
Nonsense. Do you still want this crystal ball, Gilbert?
Yes, very much
It
so.
doesn't work anymore, you know. Well, you might as well have it.
That is most, generous of you.
You know, I just don't feel I've given you enough. There must be something else. Here. You can have my feather duster. No, I insist. Please, take it.
Thanks, I guess.
Oh, you're welcome, Gilbert. I suppose you must be going now.
Yes.
Well, have a nice trip.
I cannot be believing this.
Oh, my lazy genie. After all these years, you must be getting tired of that genie bottle. Maybe it's finally time you were set free.
No way. It's all gooey and gross and covered with slime.
Well, I have everything. Back when I started to play this when I was young, there were on 2 different CDs.
Where on earth did you
At
find a
this
crystal
point,
ball?
is
More like
when
when
you
on
needed to
Huh?
switch the CDs
Well,
out.
I must say you've surprised me, Gilbert. Yes, indeed, this is a pleasant surprise. I can't wait to try it out.
What about my boat?
Eh? Oh, right. Well, I'm afraid I don't have any to spare at the moment.
But you promised.
Yeah, well, there is one boat. It isn't much, mind you.
I don't care, so long as it floats.
In that case, go down to the end of the docks. You can use the boat tied right at the very end.
Thanks.
Sounds good.
Incredible. My own crystal ball. Now, who should I put out of business first? Wait! How does it work? Is there a switch? Gilbert!
And here
Let's
we go.
see. The Santa Larissa, the Flying Fiola, that tiny rowboat? How am I supposed to catch the sheriff in that? The minnow? I guess it'll have to do. Hey there, old man.
Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?
It couldn't be. Could it?
My name's Elton. You know,
Hi there,
you
Elton.
look familiar. Kind of like this Gilblurb fellow I met once.
It is Elton.
Hey, did I tell you I'm an inventor? Well, I invent things.
Good for you.
Hi there.
Before they invented drawing boards, what did they go back to?
That's a good question. Of course, drawing boards were the first things ever invented, so it was never a problem.
How many weeks are there in a light year?
I don't know. But a fast ship can make the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs.
Why doesn't glue stick to the inside of the bottle?
Wouldn't you want to get out of a glue bottle someday?
If a turtle doesn't have a shell, is he homeless or naked?
I don't know. But he'd have one heck of a sunburn.
What happens if you get scared half to death twice?
That's when I stopped keeping explosives in my shorts.
Have you seen the sheriff around here lately?
No. But there was this really strange mycologist with a giant mushroom here this morning.
Is that your raft?
No, that's my high-performance, cycle-powered watercraft. But I guess you could call it a raft for short.
Why don't you use it to get off the island?
Oh, I fully intend to. But I'm afraid it's still missing a few parts.
How does your raft work?
Well, when it's finished, the pilot will sit in what I like to call the human energy supply receptacle. Or was it the human engine support mounting? You know, my mind isn't the picture of sharpness it was 20 years ago. Anyway, the pilot will use his legs to turn a set of pedals, providing torque that will be transferred by rope through the transmission and into the propeller. The spinning propeller will not only propel the craft forward, but help to keep the pilot cool.
What parts are missing from your raft?
Well, I need a set of pedals and some rope to transfer the torque. And I haven't gotten around to building the rudder yet.
What is it you needed for your raft again?
A rudder, some pedals, and a rope.
How long have you been here?
Well, according to my calculations, I've been on this island for almost 20 years.
20 years?
Well,
couldn't you have found some way to get home by now?
Well, I'm almost done building my high-performance, cycle-powered watercraft.
Why didn't you just build a simple, plain, ordinary raft?
Do you know how long it would take to make it back with a simple, plain, ordinary raft?
I don't know, a couple of days?
Yes, with my high-performance, cycle-powered watercraft, I think I can cut that down to a few hours.
How did you end up on this island?
Well, I was trying to demonstrate my time machine for some young fellow. I think his name was Gilbert. Anyway, something went terribly wrong. Either the temporal distortion emitter malfunctioned, or there was something wrong with the chronokinetic tension adjuster. I ended up going back in time all right, but not where I was supposed to. I was deep underwater, right out there at the bottom of this bay. I would have drowned, but the portal destabilized and the wormhole collapsed. I was thrown to the shore here by a gigantic tidal wave. I bet that swell even reached the mainland.
Wow.
Yes. At least I finally know what caused that flood when they baptized Princess Michelle.
Yeah, it was you.
Okay, well, I gotta go. That's all right. I'm having a good hair day. No way! I don't want to use someone else's toothbrush.
Get away from that apron!
That doesn't need to be any stiffer. So, know any good pirate recipes?
I only cook what the captain tells me to.
What you be wanting then?
Can I borrow a shovel?
And start doing some treasure hunting of your own. You won't be getting your paws on any of our shovels, you rapscallion!
Uh-huh.
Are you sure I can't borrow a shovel?
Aye!
Are you looking for treasure?
Yes, the famous lost treasure of Bearded Bart, the Blasphemer.
How long have you been here?
We've been a-searching for old Bart's treasure for the better half of a year now.
What's taking you so long to find it?
Well, we suffered a few setbacks, such as the sinking of our ship a few miles off the coast of this here island.
What happened to your ship?
We had a run-in with a far-reaching cannon just off the coast of that city to the north. We weren't too worried at first, seeing as the cannonballs were all made of this really flimsy wood. We just started searching the other islands to the south, since Bearded Bart's logbook said the treasure could be either here or on that island with a funny-sounding name. We're not sure what island he meant by that, so we checked them all. That's how I know the treasure's got to be here. Well, by the time we checked those other islands, we'd completely forgotten about our encounter with the wood-throwing cannon. We kept some of the cannonballs in the hold as souvenirs, but some of the wood went to rot, and without us knowing, the rot spread through the hold and ate right through the hull. Then one morning as my cook was flipping pancakes, whoosh! The old ship started filling up with water faster than we could bail. So we floated our supplies in a bunch of empty barrels and swam the rest of the way here.
Well done.
What's your name?
I've come to be known as Rupert the Red.
Is it because of your snazzy red jacket?
No, because I paint me toenails red. Of course it's because of me jacket, you incognizant wiener.
Screw you too, buddy.
What makes you think you'll find treasure here?
In one of my former occupations, I managed to acquire the logbook of Bearded Bart the Blasphemer. Now, old Blasphemous Bart, he kept a pretty complete log. It must have been that educating he got from the monks before he... Well, I'm sure you know the story.
Yes,
Well,
I
according
do.
to his log, Blasphemous Bart searched every square inch of this here island, except for the spot we're a-standing on right now.
So why didn't he find the treasure?
He took a cannonball to the molars before he was able to finish searching. And no one else knew where to look until I acquired me that logbook, that is.
What did you do before you were a pirate?
I was a janitor at the Royal Navy Museum. But if you ever tell anyone, I swear I'll see you walk the plank.
Alright then.
What about your crew? What were they before?
Look, do you really have to know this?
Not really.
Come on, you know you're going to tell me anyway.
I do?
Sure. Pirates have to talk about their past. It's in the pirate code.
The pirate code?
You do know the pirate code, don't you?
Yes, of course. They weren't always pirates either. My cook, Edmund.
Edmund?
Yes, evil Edmund. He used to be an accountant. Well, you said you wanted to know.
What about the other guy?
In the pit, that's Dave. Dave used to be a shoeshine boy.
What kind of name is Dave for a pirate?
He's Dirty Dave.
Ah,
Look, you're the one who wanted to know.
yeah.
You guys aren't
It
really
was
pirates
me
at
that
all, are you?
wanted to know.
Don't we look like pirates? I have a wooden leg and an eye patch. What more do I need?
I don't know. There's something not quite pirate-like about you. I think it's those really nerdy glasses.
Are you sure it's not because I don't have a parrot on me shoulder?
No, it's the glasses. You don't look like real pirates in those glasses.
Are you sure about that? I
Yes.
could hold a bottle of rum. Yeah, that must be it. I need a bottle of rum.
No, that wouldn't do it. It's the glasses.
Wait, I know what's missing. I needs a Jolly Roger on me hat. That's what's missing, sure.
No, it's definitely the glasses. You don't look like pirates at all with those glasses.
It's okay, we don't need glasses. In fact, those aren't glasses. They're safety goggles.
Prove it.
We don't have to prove anything. What's so funny?
I just thought of how it'll look in the history books when they write about how these three nerds dressed up like pirates to look for Bearded Bart's treasure.
We're not nerds. All right, men, take off your specs. See? I can see just fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now you do look like pirates. It was only the glasses.
Well, we don't need those glasses, do we, boys? No, ya scallywag. We're 100% pirates now.
Yeah, congratulations on that.
Are you really a pirate chef?
See,
What can you cook?
well, without my glasses, I mean without my protective eyewear, all I can make safely is some jelly.
You can make jelly? Out here on this remote island?
Sure.
That doesn't need to be any stiffer. It's a shelf full of ingredients. Can you make me some jelly again?
Sure.
There we go.
I don't want it. Iron bars blocking the entrance to a cave. This must be where the expedition buried Karn. They're too strong. I can't punch them. I don't think that would accomplish anything.
Of course you don't.
I don't want to look ridiculous. There's something in the pocket. It's a hammer and some nails. I wonder what they're looking for.
We're after the famous lost treasure of Bearded Bart the Blasphemer.
Of course you are.
Hey, leave my rope alone.
Have you found any treasure yet?
Not yet, but it has to be close.
Keep a digging.
I don't want to turn any more cranks.
Do I have anything?
I don't think that would accomplish anything.
That can act as treasure. I don't think so.
Hey, thanks. These pedals are just what I needed.
I don't think so. It's a white rock lying on the beach. It doesn't look very comfortable. No way! I don't want to use someone else's toothbrush.
Let's see. Maybe I can dig around the hole. Yeah. Several hours later.
Something. It looks like a chest of some sort. If I dig some more, I can pick it up. There, got it. Hey, this must be the treasure those pirates are looking for. Well, finders keepers. There. I dug my way under the bars. Boy, is it dark in here. It's the treasure of Bearded Bart the Blasphemer. I can't open it with my bare hands. I don't need to fix that. The treasure of Bearded Bart the Blasphemer. I'm going to be rich again. And another chest. I can't open it with my bare hands.
This is going to take a while.
Okay, this time there's going to be treasure inside. And another chest. Okay, this time there's going to be treasure inside. The crowbar broke. And another chest. I should be able to open this puny thing. Finally, the treasure of... What's this? A potato and a note? It's a surprisingly well-preserved potato. It's a note.
Really read it.
To the most beautiful of queens, I give this, our country's most prized possession. We do not know exactly what it is, but it appears to be some kind of exotic fruit. No one has ever dared taste it, as it is the only one of its kind that we have ever seen. I hope it is as sweet as it is rare. Love always, the most imperial emperor, Hakimoto. I don't think that would accomplish anything. That would be kind of pointless.
Well, alright then.
It's fully charged now.
Why can't I place it anywhere?
They look just as strong as they do from the outside.
What else do I got?
I don't want to cut that.
What am I doing now again? I don't remember fully.
I don't think so.
You need a rope.
Hi there!
What is it you needed for your raft again?
A rudder, some pedals, and a rope.
Alright, so...
Okay, well, I gotta go.
What can I use as a rudder?
I don't think so.
No. What do I have?
It's really glowing.
The one thing you actually press use on. Fruit. There we go, I got it. Last second, but I got it. Alright, what do we got here?
It's a bamboo stick. It's a 5-liter bucket with a hole in it. The jelly fits nice and tight in the hole now.
All right. 3 liters. $5 liter, 1 liter. Empty the bucket.
I don't think so. Hey, it worked!
Yeah, that was easy enough.
It's an underground river. I wouldn't know what to do with it. I wouldn't know what to do with it.
Brujo, hechicero, encantador.
And there's the giant mushroom.
Stop!
So, young Gilberto, you have seen through my disguise. I am impressed. I did not expect this from you. Perhaps the old man, yes. It is the Abraham who have helped you unveil my plan, no?
My grandfather had nothing to do with this. It was the princess who... I figured it out all on my own.
The princess. I should have known she would try to interfere. I think I shall have to teach her a lesson.
You leave her alone!
Who would stop me? You?
Yes,
Do
I
not
will stop you.
overestimate your importance in all this, young Gilberto. You are but the pawn. An insignificant piece, manipulated by a princess who can do nothing herself, but try to steer her visionless worm of a father. Do you think that a man... No, a boy, such as you, can stop me when I am this close to fulfilling my destiny? The Khan is almost awake. You see, Gilberto, you are too late.
No, I'm not. Apparently I am, because I'm too stupid to stop it.
Dormato, finita junta grelata bongra.
That would be kind of pointless.
I have to finish the ritual.
I'm not gonna let you!
You cannot escape my destiny.
Let go!
No, you let go.
I don't want to dust that.
I had it first.
Too bad, you will have it no more.
Got it!
No, you can ruin the whole ritual.
Oh, really? Here it is. How to reverse a preservation spell.
And he obviously does nothing.
Threebweeb, Dungled Udu, Ficklestisk.
You incredible fool!
Face it, Sheriff. You've lost.
Oh no, young Gilberto. Did you think I would not have a backup plan? I will have the power that is owed me, just as my visions have foretold. You're lucky this time, but your luck will not help you when I kidnap your precious meddling princess and take, as my ransom, her father's throne.
It worked! Now I can save my grandfather and stop the sheriff before he kidnaps Michelle. Ugh, just the sight of him gives me the creeps. It's full of gibberish. Like this. Rayom padom boo boo boo. I wonder what it means.
Well done. I need that.
That would be kind of pointless.
Somehow.
Nah, it's just full of gibberish. I'm really not a violent person.
I'm still a pirate, see? No glasses.
Hey, get away from the edge. You're dropping sand in me face.
I don't think that would accomplish anything.
Well, maybe it will.
I can't believe that mycologist shot at me.
Well
it's
done.
too far away. I can't reach it.
I guess
I won't be rowing home.
Yeah.
Maybe I should be a lifeguard.
Nah, don't think so.
Not quite good as new, but it'll do.
Sorry, I refuse to work in such a dangerous environment.
I think this is how it goes.
I could have been killed.
Alright then.
Hey, you finished my high-performance cycle-powered watercraft.
Yes.
I hope you don't mind.
Not at all. Say, do you think that mycologist has left yet?
That was the sheriff, Elton. I'm sure he's long gone by now.
The sheriff? I didn't know the sheriff was a mycologist. Well, let's see what this baby can do. Why don't you sit yourself down in the pilot's seat?
Why do I have to be the pilot?
Sounds good to me.
My legs aren't as strong as they used to be. We're not going to set a speed record without some young muscle at the pedals. Let's get going. I can't wait to get back and find that Gilbert fellow.
Elton, are you sure this raft will hold all the way home?
Hey, this is a high-performance cycle-powered watercraft.
Yes, you said
I
that.
may not have tested it
But
thoroughly,
will it hold?
but there's almost 20 man-years of development in the design.
Oh, so I guess there's supposed to be water coming up from that hole under my feet.
Hole? There's not supposed to be a hole.
Can you swim?
Yes.
Yikes! The water's cold. I've heard that pufferfish can grow pretty big out here. I think we'd better start swimming. Elton, wait! The city can't be over there. Come back. We can share this flotation device.
Don't worry, I've got my own.
Well, what have we here? Pick him up, Asbjorn.
Okay, Chief.
Slavers. Eat mushroom, you northern pirates!
Chief, he's trying to hit me with a big mushroom.
Eric, help him out.
Sure, Chief, I'll hit him in the head.
Well done.
Oh, my head. Oh, where am I?
You're in the Viking slave pit, waiting for the slave market to begin.
Arver?
Hi, Gilbert.
Hey there,
I
Robert.
thought you were never going to wake up.
You have had a bad day, I
It's
see.
a long story. Well, maybe not so long. It all started when you gave me that miracle medicine. I
Of
was
course.
so excited. I thought I wouldn't be sick anymore. Unfortunately, the medicine didn't help at all. In fact, I got some huge rashes after drinking it. It
Huh.
probably contained lactose. I'm very intolerant. Anyway, I was staggering home. You see, I sprained my ankle in the crowd in front of Dr. Fraud's stage. When I finally got home
Of
to
course.
rest, I couldn't sleep. I have terrible insomnia. So I started reading through a medical journal and found this report about a health spa up in the north. They use steam made from rare spring water that can heal almost anything. I jumped on the first ship heading north to go and find this miracle spa. On the ocean, I felt terrible. They said it was seasickness. I think I might have stomach cancer. The ship's doctor told me to stay in my cabin and rest. I don't know how long I was there for. I was about to die when I heard fighting on the upper deck and people were shouting, "Vikings!" I guess I passed out, because the next thing I knew I was waking up here in this cold, damp slave pit. This place really isn't good for my lungs, you know.
Well done, Arver.
Can you help me get out of here?
No. I'm afraid I'm too weak to be of any help.
So what do you know about this slave market?
Not much, I'm afraid. I can't go outside because of the cold air up there. The slave market is split into two different parts, where the buyers get to see the slaves in different outfits. That's all I know. But you can read your slave guide if you like, to find out more.
Slave guide?
Yes, in your left pocket. I haven't read mine because my eyes are all blurry. I think I've developed cataracts.
Slave guide. Welcome, slave, to the annual Viking slave market. Please help us make your short stay with us a comfortable one by following a few simple rules. 1. Brush after every meal. 2.
Of course.
Eat your vegetables. 3. No slouching. 4. No uprisings or unruliness. 5. No spitting in the auctioneer's face. 6. No desperate wailing after 10 p.m. This year's slave market will consist of 2 parts. First, the swimsuit competition will highlight your more or less healthy body and your hopefully adequate teeth. Bathing suits for the first part have been generously provided by Olga Cheekspotter.
Alright.
Next, the formal wear competition will show off your somewhat straight posture and probably acceptable carriage. Evening gowns for the second part have been generously provided by Helga Sonnerdotter. Don't you have any medicine with you?
No. I wish I did. I wish I never got on that ship heading north. I wish I wasn't sick all the time. I wish... Oh, what's the use? It's hopeless.
Goodbye, Arver.
Goodbye? Is this really the end? Oh, I'm dying, Gilbert, aren't I?
You look okay to me.
I must have internal injuries. Oh, I feel so weak. I'm leaning up against death's door.
Cheer up, Arver. You're not dying.
Oh, yes, I am. Where are you? Gilbert? I can't see you. It's all going black.
Calm down,
And my
Arver.
legs. I can't feel my legs. Goodbye, Gilbert.
Arver.
Not now, Gilbert. The angels are coming to take me away. I wish my eyes weren't so blurry. I can't see the tunnel of light.
Arver, you're not dead.
I'm not?
No, you're still here.
Oh. For a moment there, I thought... I'd better rest now. Gilbert,
Yeah, good thing, Arver.
dying is exhausting.
Hey, I'm missing a whole bunch of stuff. I better not have taken... Oh, good. I still have the mushroom. Whew!
Good. A bit of cleanup, it's still a lot of things around in the inventory.
How?
But
You
still
great
a lot
Indian
less.
chief. My name Gilbert.
Hello, Gilbert. My name is Stepping on Toes. What's up?
I'm just fine. But I thought Indians talked like,
No like white man, and me own 300 horses. You be my squaw.
You mean white man speak with forked tongue? No, Gilbert. That is a misunderstanding. We just talk like that to entertain the white man. We never talk like that when we're alone.
Alright then.
What an impressive feather attire you have.
Thank you. This headdress was a gift from my mother-in-law.
How did you end up here?
I followed my spirit guide.
Your spirit guide?
Yes. When one of my people reaches the age of a man, they smoke the sacred pipe, and then they go out to find their spirit guide. Everyone has a spirit animal who guides them through the rest of their life. Mine was an ant named Geraldo.
An ant?
Huh.
Why would an ant lead you across the ocean to a slave pit in a Viking village?
Ants are very special spirit guides because they live in two worlds, the world above the ground and under the ground. This makes them very wise. Well, most of the time. I followed Geraldo, my spirit ant, for most of my life. When I became chief, it was the spirit ant who taught me to be a good leader for my people.
Alright.
When my wife joined our ancestors, it was the spirit ant who helped me get back on the path of life without her. So I don't know what Geraldo was thinking when he told me to get in my canoe. I followed him all the way up the St. Lawrence River, going right when he said to go right, paddling left when he said to go left, until finally I was in the middle of the ocean, and the strange Viking canoe came and took me to this place.
What happened to your aunt?
I don't know. Since the Vikings brought me here, I haven't been able to find him.
Well, that's an interesting story.
How long have you been here?
I don't know. Longer than your sick friend there. You know, he really should see a medicine man. But I've been here about 3 moons now.
3 moons? You mean 3 months, right?
No, 3 moons. There's a Viking who comes to show us his butt every month. He thinks it's very funny. I've had to endure that sight 3 times now. I'm almost looking forward to the slave market because of him.
Tell me about the slave market.
The Vikings always sell to slave buyers from far-off lands. The buyers only want slaves that are healthy and strong, with nice shiny teeth and good, strong backs. The Vikings are always saying, brush your teeth, stand up straight, eat lots of vitamins. It is very tiresome.
Are you using that pipe to send smoke signals?
No, you need a big fire to send smoke signals. This is just a little pipe.
Is that a peace pipe you're smoking?
No, not a peace pipe, just an ordinary pipe. Tobacco is very sacred to my people. We use it to bless special events. We leave piles of it to thank the Creator for things we take. And we smoke it to cleanse our spirit. But mostly, I just like watching the smoke come out of the end. Unfortunately, I'm running out of good tobacco. Soon, I won't have anything left to smoke.
Alright then.
Stepping on Toes. How did you get that name? It must be because you're a stealthy warrior.
You mean Because I walk quiet on tiptoes all the time? No, I got that name over 50 years ago, on a good night out at the local dance hall. Actually, I met my wife there that night.
What's her name?
Sore Toes.
What tribe do you belong to?
My people are a very old tribe. You probably could not pronounce the name in our language, but roughly translated it means Slayers of Stars. We believe that our ancestors rode a great wolf across the deep reaches of the night, wearing powerful hides that protected them from guns worse than those of the white man, and even allowed them to fly like eagles on wings of fire. According to legend, our ancestors came here on the great wolf because their star was under siege. But that was a very long time ago. The ways of our ancestors have long been forgotten.
Do you know any good words of wisdom?
Man who lives in glass house should change in basement. Man who goes to sleep with itchy bum wakes up with stinky fingers.
Why are you called Indians when you don't come from India?
They say a white man named Columbus got lost, trying to sail across the ocean. I wish more of the white men would just get lost too. I don't know why they still call us Indians. If you ask me, the white man is bad at fixing his mistakes.
Yeah, sounds accurate.
So long, Chief.
So long, Gilbert, white man.
I can't, it's attached to the wall. Is that bottle of face cream for sale?
No, it isn't. That's my bottle of face cream. I needed to keep my skin nice and smooth, just like a new Viking's bum, yeah.
How does it work?
You put it on your skin, yeah? And when it dries, it gets all cakey and hard. Then after a while, you pull the hard, cakey stuff off, and it takes off all the dead skin, yeah?
Does it hurt?
Right.
No, it just gets really thick, cakey, and hard. Almost like having wooden skin, yeah. But after, your skin is left feeling nice and smooth.
Tell me about your face cream again.
You put it on your skin.
Yeah.
And when it almost... Then after...
What are the best attractions in this village?
Oh, I think you're cute too, yeah.
No. I meant, what are the best things to look at around here?
I think you're pretty good to look at, yeah.
I meant, what sort of things can a person do around here?
I think we could do lots and have fun, yeah.
No, I meant... never mind.
Okay, if you have any more questions, just ask, yeah?
Are these postcards for sale?
Oh, yeah. These are real, genuine postcards showing some beautiful views from our village, yeah.
But your village doesn't have a tower that's leaning or any strange triangular buildings in the sand.
No, but they're still real, genuine postcards. Oh, yeah.
Are these helmets for sale?
Oh, yeah. I sell real, genuine Viking handicraft. These helmets are for sale, yeah.
Genuine handicraft? These are plastic Viking helmets.
Oh, yeah. Real plastic Viking helmets. Made out of real, genuine Viking plastic.
What are you?
My name is Helga.
Helga?
Helga Sonnerdotter, yeah. I work here providing you with excellent customer service and tourist info, yeah?
How did you get this job?
Sugar, yeah.
Sugar?
Yeah. I am sweet like sugar. No one else in the village is friendly as me. Some may think I am strange, but everyone knows I am the woman or man for the job, yeah?
Has anyone ever mentioned that you look kind of girlish?
Yeah, all the time. You see, I'm a little girl trapped inside a man's body.
How did that happen?
How do I know? All my life I've known I was supposed to be born a woman. Yeah. I've never liked wearing man's clothing, drinking mead, or doing any of that stuff that mans are doing. It was more fun to be putting on makeup and fancy dresses, yeah. So I grew up wearing skirts and bras and trying to live a normal life, but always the other Vikings thought I was different, oh yeah.
They did. How strange.
Yeah. So do you think I look like a girl?
Well, to be honest, I think you've missed a few things.
Yeah? Will you tell me, yeah? What have I missed?
Too much eyeshadow.
That is a matter of personal opinion, yeah? My personal opinion is that eyeshadow must be color coordinated. But the more of it, the better, yeah?
Too much lipstick.
I like lots of lipstick, yeah. Anything else?
You have a beard.
What's so strange about having a beard? Have you not seen the other women in the village, yeah?
No, not yet.
Your hairy legs.
Yeah, I see what you mean. They're not very ladylike, my legs. I have tried to shave them, but I always cut myself, yeah? I wish I had some other way to remove the unsightly hair from my legs.
Tell me about those hairy legs of yours.
They're not very ladylike, my legs. I have tried to shave them, but I always cut myself, yeah? I wish I had some other way to remove the unsightly hair from my legs.
Okay, bye.
You're very sweet, even for a slave, yeah? Come back and see me anytime, yeah.
100% genuine plastic Viking helmets. Not even high-quality plastic, I'm afraid. I'm not sure I want that. It's really sticky on the back. It's a bucket full of red paint. You're doing a really nice job.
Thank you.
Where did you learn how to paint?
Well, I studied at the Bartholomeus Manure Academy of Painting.
How long does it take to paint a ship?
Well, normally it takes a day or two, not counting the prep work like sanding and sealing. But this ship has taken almost a week.
Why so long?
She's a big ship. I kept running out of paint, but I have plenty of paint now.
Huh.
Can I have some paint?
Sure. I've got enough paint for 2 ships. But you'll need to get something to put the paint in. I only have 1 bucket.
All right.
What color was your ship before?
Titanium white.
Nice boat.
Ship. It's called a ship.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. She is a beauty, isn't she? Did you know she won last year's Viking race?
Viking race?
It's a competition where ships from all over the world come here to race. Until last year, it was always won by a rich Japanese woman.
Huh.
She had this thing called a junk with fireworks sticking out of the back of it. When she lit the powder on those rockets, that junk would really move.
So how did you finally beat her?
Well, luckily last year it rained just before the race. That gunpowder stuff must need to be kept dry because when she went to light her rockets, they just fizzled. The junk was just a big piece of junk after that.
Why is your ship for sale?
Well, since she won the race last year, I should be able to get a good price. But I need to sell her before she loses to that Japanese woman's junk again.
You don't think you could beat her a second time?
Not unless it rains again. Or I can get my hand on some of that gunpowder stuff. No, if I'm going to sell this ship, I have to do it before this year's Viking race.
I'd like to buy that ship.
I'm not selling my ship to a slave.
I'm really a Viking. I'm just pretending to be a slave.
I don't think so. No, slave, you're not buying my ship.
That's discrimination. I'll report you to the Better Business Bureau.
Vikings don't have a Better Business Bureau. We settled our differences with a battle to the blood.
That makes
sense. The first
sense.
blood that touches the ground is the loser's. Care to try it?
No thanks.
Spoken like a true slave. And no slave is going to buy my ship.
Well, I'm not buying it for myself.
Who are you buying it for?
Harg the Merciless.
Harg the Merciless joined the gods ages ago.
I'm not a slave.
Sure you are. You even smell like a slave.
That's just my deodorant.
I don't believe you. No, you're a slave. And I'm not selling my ship to you.
Viking Bob Ross.
But I need a ship to get away from here.
Well, you could have 50 ships, and you still wouldn't be able to get away from here.
How come? I know how to steer a ship.
Well, I'll bet you can. But you wouldn't get past the reef. You see, this whole coast has some really tricky rocks around it. And the only ones who know how to get past them are the Vikings.
So you're saying that I couldn't get away from here even if I had a boat?
Yep. You'd get smashed against the reef, I'll tell you that. Why do you think we let slaves like you run free in the village?
Yeah, alright then, that makes sense, I guess.
Deep down inside, you're all tired of the slave trade and just wish it would end?
You're funny, slave.
Okay, forget about the ship. I'll find another way home from here.
I don't think you understand, slave. There's no way out of here, unless you're a Viking. Well, you'll leave if you get sold to a slave buyer, but I don't think you'll ever return home.
I'm not gonna be bought. I'll do anything to get away, even if I have to climb over the mountains.
I'll have to tell the auctioneer. You might fetch a good price once the buyers know how funny you are. Let me explain something to you. The mountains here are very steep. Even mountain goats can't climb them. We've had slaves who've tried to escape in the past, but they all come back. I guess they prefer to be sold as slaves than to die up in the mountains. No, slave. The only way to get away from here would be to fly over the mountains. And you don't seem to have wings, do you? Wings. Oh, goodness.
Do you really think I could fly over the mountains?
You're such a funny slave. Oh yes, if you had a pair of wings, I'm sure you'd be able to get away from here. Ha 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 ha.
Well, then I make a pair of wings.
Tell me about those reefs again.
This whole coast has some really tricky rocks around it. The only ones who know how to get past them are the Vikings.
Does that ship have a name?
Of course. Can you guess what it is?
The Blood Red Dragon?
Not even close. She's called the Titanic. She used to be an icebreaker canoe, but I converted her into a longboat.
Titanic? What kind of name is that for a boat?
I named her after the second wife of my hero, Harg the Merciless. They say old Titania, Waterdottir, was quite an icebreaker herself, among other things.
Have fun painting.
I always do.
What was that sound?
The slave market is about to begin. You have to go and get ready now, slave.
Are you sure? That didn't sound like the slave market horn to me.
Nice try. Come along, slave.
I can't let them sell me as a slave. I have to get home and stop the sheriff. There has to be some way out of this.
Hurry up! The buyers have arrived!
It's blue gunk. I wouldn't know what to do with it. I don't want it. Nah, I'm having a good hair day. I wouldn't want to mess it up.
Yes, you would.
Are you nervous?
No. I know the Creator watches over me, and I'm sure Geraldo will be back to guide me on the path to safety.
You're scared out of your wits, aren't you?
Oh yeah, big time.
What are the slave buyers looking for again?
The buyers only want slaves that are healthy and strong, with nice shiny teeth and good, strong backs.
Good luck, Chief.
Good luck, Gilbert, white man.
I don't feel so good. I think I have stage fright.
Alright, then let's see here.
Gosh darn it, I sure am cute. I bet this mirror is made of plastic too. Oops. Guess not. I didn't notice this warning label before. Not a plastic mirror. Handle with care. My reflection doesn't look so good anymore. I'm sure it's because the mirror's broken.
Yeah, sure.
It has a very sharp edge. This would make a good stamp. I think I feel a rash coming on.
Are you ready yet?
Almost?
Well, hurry it up. We can't wait all day out here.
I think I better save it for later.
All right.
Yeah, that'll really ruin my teeth. The ink tastes terrible.
Look, they're killing me out here.
Okay, I think I'm ready.
You aren't even wearing your swimsuit yet. Quick, change into these swimming trunks and get out here. And don't forget to smile.
I won't forget.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 11th annual Nesborg Slave Market. This year in Nesborg, we have an excellent selection of slaves to offer you.
Now, you might think 3 slaves aren't many to bet on, but I guarantee you've never seen merchandise like this. These 3 slaves are the cream of the crop, the tip of the top, the absolutely positively quality assuredly best slaves you're ever going to find. This year, we made it our goal to look for only the highest quality items and bring you nothing but the best. And quite frankly, these 3 slaves are it. I mean, what do you say about an Indian chief from the big land in the west? Now, show 'em your teeth and show off that body. Yes, well, let's see what the next slave has to offer. Just look at this healthy young fella. He's probably never been sick one day in his life. He's sure to stay healthy too, dressed for the cold in a nice warm scarf. And of course, you get that scarf for free. Show 'em your best smile. Calm down. Naturally, I've saved the best for last. Feast your eyes on this handsome young fella right over here. Oh dear. Now, I'm sure that rash is only temporary.
Yes. Lash pass.
All right, slave, now show 'em your pearly whites. Well, don't make up your minds yet. You haven't seen anything until you see these slaves in their evening gowns. All right, slaves, you can go change now.
It worked. Now I just have to make it through the second part without being bought.
Hurry up, the buyers are getting restless.
Let's see. If I stuff the apron with this pillow, I think this will make a good hunchback.
Ready or not, it's time to get back out there.
I'm ready.
What do you mean you're ready? You're not wearing your evening gown. Here, put this on and get on stage. You've got 1 minute.
And now it's time for everybody's favourite and the most important part of the auction. Slaves in evening gowns. Because what good is a slave without a strong back? Am I right? First, we have the great Indian chief. Come ahead, show him some moves.
This isn't working.
Well, there's still 2 more to go. All right, Scarf Boy, show them what you've got. Remember, folks, you get the scarf for free. All right, then how about the last slave with the nice firm body?
I knew it would work. I won't be sold as a slave. Now they'll have to let me go.
Well, that concludes our 11th annual slave market. Tomorrow morning, any slaves that haven't been sold... all the slaves, in this case, will be sacrificed to the ancient gods by throwing them over the Cliff of Death.
Cliff
of Death?
Now, slaves, before you go, here are your certificates of participation.
They're going to sacrifice me to the ancient gods. I really have to get out of here. If only I could fly over those mountains. I'd really rather not. What's the matter?
Those slave buyers don't know a good thing when they see it. I can't believe I'm going to be thrown off a cliff.
I'm going to fly away.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Maybe it is time to become one with the spirits and join our ancestors. I just wish...
What?
I wish I hadn't run out of tobacco. Now I must prepare to join the spirits with an empty pipe. What's this?
It's a bottle of soap for your pipe. You can blow bubbles with it.
Bubbles? Magic bubbles. This is even better than tobacco. I should give you something in trade. Here, take my headdress.
But it was a gift from your mother-in-law.
I don't think she'd mind. It's a good trade. Besides, it makes my scalp itch. I guess I don't need these matches anymore. You can have those too.
Okay, thanks.
Magic bubbles.
Well, hello there.
What do you want?
Are you really an executioner?
Yes.
Do you use that sword to torture slaves?
Sword? No. That would be unnecessarily cruel.
So what do you use then?
A giant torture feather.
Can I have that feather?
No.
Please?
No.
Come on, you could just order another one.
That isn't the problem. An executioner can't give away his implement to anyone unless they can endure the torture. And no one can endure the feather torture.
So all I have to do is endure your torture and you'll give me that feather?
Very much
yes. But no one can endure the feather torture.
I bet I can endure your torture.
Oh, we'll see about that. Coochie coochie coo. Coochie coo.
Stop! Please! Stop!
See, no one can endure the feather torture.
I wasn't ready last time. I'm sure I can endure your torture now.
No.
Where did you get such a big feather?
From the Johnson & Smith Implements of Torture catalog.
Huh.
Why are you wearing that mask?
I have a mole.
Really? Is it gross?
I was just kidding. The mask is part of the job. No one can see the executioner's face.
Do you ever take the mask off?
Never.
Never?
That's what I said.
Not at all?
I don't like people who make me repeat myself.
Okay, so the mask stays on. Don't you ever wash it?
What?
The mask.
Of course I do.
So, couldn't somebody see your face?
I said I wash it. I didn't say I take it off.
How do you eat?
With a straw.
With a straw?
You don't want me to make me repeat myself, do you?
Sorry, bad habit. How did you get that big on a liquid diet?
Who said I only eat liquids? I suck my food up through a straw.
Wouldn't it be easier to just take off your mask?
No one sees behind the mask.
Alright then.
Does your mother know what you do for a living?
My mother taught me everything I know.
Well, good to know it runs in the family.
Do you like being an executioner?
It has its ups and downs.
Bye.
Have a nice day.
I wonder what could smell so bad. Hey, it's full of gold. I'm rich. Okay, it's actually full of rotten fish. But there might be a goldfish in there somewhere. Trust me, I don't think that would accomplish anything.
It's a red herring.
It stinks, but you never know. It might come in handy someday. You sure can paint.
Thank you.
I think I'll just leave those feathers there for now. It's a boxing ring with two demonstrating roosters?
Yep. I guess the cockfight is over.
What are you doing sitting in that booth?
I'm a ticket taker.
You mean a ticket agent?
No, I'm not a spy. And I'm not a collector. I'm not anybody's master. And I'm not selling tickets either. I just take tickets.
Alright then.
You need a ticket.
Excuse me?
No one enters the hall without a ticket.
A ticket. Didn't I have a ticket?
Ticket, please.
That is my ticket.
I'm sorry, that's an old ticket. It says 9th Annual Viking Slave Market. It's the 11th Annual Viking Slave Market this year.
Alright.
A little bit off here, a little bit off there. Perfect. I can stick the clipping right over the 9th Annual Viking Slave Market part. Now the Viking ticket says 11th Annual Viking Slave Market, admit 1.
Very good. You can enter the hall now.
Go jump off a cliff.
Well, that was not very
Can't you
nice.
see I'm busy? Leave that there.
Does it work?
Not very well, but it's all we have to keep the flies off the food.
I don't think that would accomplish anything. This fish is pretty good at attracting flies.
Yes, it sure is. You don't suppose...
Well, I suppose I could let you have it.
Oh, merci. Could you hang it up there for me?
Sure. Hey, I recognize that medallion. Oh no, it's Lulabelle, the world's fastest pig. I guess she wasn't fast enough.
Get away from that pig.
What is that sticky ribbon, yeah?
It's special tape to remove the hair from your legs. I'll just press it against your skin and it'll pull the hair right off.
Ow! Oh, yeah, that hurt. But you're right. The hair from my leg is now all over the ribbon instead. I am even more like a lady. Yeah. Now you can do the other leg.
I'll need to get something else. This ribbon is covered in... hair.
Do I got something else sticky?
What's that? It looked sticky, yeah.
It's a fast way to remove body hair. I'll just press it against your leg, and then I'll pull the hair right off.
Ah! That pulls, yeah? But I still have my hairy leg. Maybe it needs to be more sticky, yeah?
Alright. Something sticky.
I don't think that would be a very good idea. I guess that's one way to settle a dispute. I don't think that would work.
Alright,
Welcome, slave, to the annual Viking slave market. Please help. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This year's slave first. Bathing suit next. Evening.
right, so what can I do to make it even stickier?
It's a pot filled with marinade.
Can't you see I'm busy?
Go jump off a cliff.
It's amazing, but even after days of adventuring, I'm still not hungry.
Huh.
I'd really rather not.
Something...
The back isn't very sticky anymore. The glue must have dried.
glue.
I'm not a pyromaniac.
I need something.
Leave that alone.
I think I'd better leave that where it is.
Oh, I'm exhausted. After that grueling slave market, I haven't the strength to say a word. Not one single word.
You said
I'm
several.
just completely drained.
Oh, hey, look at that, a new one.
It's really sticky on the back. Hold still.
Ouch! Oh, ow! But look! My leg is no longer covered in hair. It is nice and smooth, like a lady's. Now I have two smooth and hair-free legs. I feel like a real lady, yeah? This is wonderful. You have been so nice to me, I could kiss you, yeah?
No, please, it was nothing.
I'm sorry, I forget myself. I must find some way to thank you, yeah? Let's see. Okay, how about I help make you a cuter cutie, yeah? Take my face cream. It will make your skin feel nice and smooth, like mine.
I don't know. My face is pretty smooth already.
Oh, it isn't just for the face, yeah? You can use it all over. I also like to use it on my hands and feet. Remember to put it on real thick, yeah?
Alright then.
I already have smooth skin on my face and hands. Maybe I'll try it on my feet. It might even help with the smell. Just a sec. Wow, it sure hardens fast. It feels like I'm wearing wooden socks. I wonder how long you're supposed to leave this stuff on. My shoes are a tight fit now. I can't feel the snow under my feet anymore.
What do you want?
I wasn't ready last time. I'm sure I can endure your torture now.
Why don't
Here
you
we
just
go.
admit you can't take it.
I can take it. Bring it on.
Coochie coochie coo.
Do you feel a breeze?
Coochie coo.
I think someone's fanning my foot with a feather.
Coochie coo.
See? Your feather torture doesn't work on me.
But no one can endure the feather torture.
I just did. Your feather, please.
Are you sure you don't want a sword instead?
Nope. Hand over that feather.
Thank you very much. Let's see here.
I don't think that would accomplish anything.
Of course not.
I don't want to dust that. I don't want to dust that.
I need something to tie it all together, I think. And if I remember correctly, it's in here.
I don't know. It could be dangerous. That would be kind of pointless.
I need to distract them. I think I remember that I need to knock this over, but how?
Leave that alone!
Get away from that pig! Ah, now that's good mead.
I think that could get me in trouble.
Leave that alone!
Of course.
Leave that alone! Mon Dieu, ma marinade!
There we go.
That was good mead. I think I'll have another.
Good thing I still have that glove. That fire is hot. I'd better get out of here.
I think I glitched it a bit.
Chef, you idiot! You're burning the pig!
Oh, right then. Now I should have...
With enough feathers, I could make a pair of wings.
Isn't that enough?
I think I'd better finish them first.
Alright.
There! I have the feathers arranged to maximize laminar airflow at high angles of attack. I chose a deep camber for high lift at low speed with a thin wing section allowed by the feathers. If I had more time, I'd prefer a canard delta planform with wing fences, double-slotted flaps, and leading edge slats. But I guess this airfoil will have to do. Now I just need some way to keep the feathers from falling off.
Like a rope or something.
There! I tied the feathers on with the floss. Hopefully this'll hold. No cliff of death can stop me now. I better go rest until morning. I'm gonna need all my strength to fly home.
Odin and all the other gods, Harge and all the other heroes. We hope the sacrifice of these 3 slaves pleases you and brings us peace and prosperity through the next year. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, Chief. You first.
I'm ready, great creator. I thank you for a long and happy life. Sword Toes, here I come. I'm still here. How did I... Geraldo, I found you at last.
Caught by an ant. Now I've seen everything. Okay,
yeah, that certainly is something.
You're next.
No! You can't push me off! I'm not feeling well! I'm finally a goner! Oh! Ow! Oh! Ow! Oh! Oh! Ow!
You made it.
God! Is that you?
No, sick little white man. Your scarf got caught in the pine trees. You're okay.
This can't be happening.
Well done.
Well, so long.
I guess 0 out of 3. Everyone survived that, hey?
That has to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Princess?
Such brave talk. But I will be king, and there is nothing you can do to stop it.
The sheriff.
My father would never give you the crown.
Then I will take it from him. A king that fails to protect his only daughter does not deserve to be king. When your father does not manage to find the people's beloved princess, they will be ready to accept a real man as their king.
My father will find me, Sheriff.
Oh, there will be a search. The king will no doubt waste a fortune to pay for it. We will get all the best men, and you know who he will ask to lead them. You will not be found.
You can't keep me here forever.
Yes. Well, I never intended to. You see, in order to challenge the throne, I must have the court of lords on my side. And I am afraid the lords have very expensive tastes.
The army will have your head on a pole the minute you demand a ransom.
Army, princess? Please, be serious. The PVA, they are 2 men and a sock. The Royal Guard is loyal only to their captain, a man loyal only to his purse. I will buy him like the rest. And you, my beautiful princess, are going to help me do it.
Never!
But you already have. There is an Arabian prince, a very rich but terribly ugly young man, who was willing to pay me very well for this opportunity to take you as his bride.
You will not be sold, Sheriff.
It is for the best. Think of it as a gift you give to these people. Finally, they will not be led by a worm of a king.
My father isn't the only one who will stop you.
You mean your precious Gilberto? I have already dealt with him. No, princess, you will not be rescued. You will not be found. I should not have given you the drug. Then you would have seen how impossible deep in the mountains we are.
Get your hands off of me, you...
What was that? I heard something outside. Be still. or you'll go to the Air Prince in a coffin. It was nothing. Come, I will show you to your room. The basement is cold and dark, but the rats will keep you company. I know how much you like animals.
This is my chance. I've got to stop him.
Alright, how do I stop them?
I'd really rather not. I think I'd better not. I don't think that would be a very good idea. It's locked. I don't know how to pick a lock.
What do I got? I think I remember something about the tree.
It's locked. That would take too long. It looks solid. It's locked. I don't want to damage the mushroom. I think I'd better not. I don't think that would be a very good idea.
What can I use? I think I remember something about the corn finally being useful.
That would be kind of pointless. That would be kind of pointless. That would be kind of pointless.
Chimney? Yeah, there we go.
Pistolas? Mierda! How did someone get inside? I must escape before I'm seen. Gilberto, I don't believe it. You have surprised me again. Well, now it is you who are in for a surprise. You have chosen a good place to die, Gilberto.
This is for my grandfather!
Well then.
Oh, Gilberto, what will you do now? I will say goodbye to Abraham for you, Gilberto, when I put him also to the death. Oh? I am alive, Gilberto. You cannot stop Antonio del Tonero del Dios.
Does anyone actually die by falling off this cliff?
Gilberto, I am... No. No, what is that in the shadows? No, this cannot... Put me down, you pig beast! Put me...
Could that really be... Nah.
Gilbert!
Princess! I mean, Michelle. You're okay.
Yes. I saw how you defeated the sheriff. You were very brave.
Well, I
knew you could do it.
Thanks.
We should go free Abraham and tell my father. Oh, Gilbert, the sheriff was going to take over the throne.
Yes, I know.
Something must be done about the Court of Lords. If my father won't put an end to this corruption, well, perhaps it's time to convince him to pass on the crown.
You mean...
Why not? I just had to find someone to be my king.
The cat replaced the mushroom on the town square, but before anyone was chosen to take care of it, it just disappeared, with nothing but a handful of pink fur left behind. It was probably for the best. The people of Fungoria celebrated anyway, with a mushroom and carrot festival twice as long as any before. It was sure to be repeated every year, because, well, festivals really are a lot of fun.
To many, it seemed all was well again in the land of Fungoria. And it almost was.
Well, that was Gilbert Goodmate.
And action!
And it have a couple of bloopers. And then...
Oh! We need a prop guy up here.
Cut!
That I think is
guy to
funny.
the set.
Yeah, but I played this when I was a kid and I still enjoy it.
And action!
Do we really need this scene? Is this scene really so crucial for the game?
Cut! And action! Oh, hi, Gilbert.
What are you working on?
You know, I've been wondering that myself. They just said to stand here, banging the steel.
It looks kind of like an ashtray.
Yeah.
Cut!
Well, before I get caught up in more of this, yeah, this is an enjoyable game.
Cut.
A bit of
Somebody turn the blind guy around.
oddities in how it's presented, I guess. A lot of red herrings everywhere. But it's enjoyable. And I hope you have enjoyed as well.
Okay.
And if you have, please subscribe, leave a like and a comment, and I will see you all next time. Goodbye.
Action!
Hi, Princess.
Gilbert, what are you doing with those bras? It's your line.
Sorry, one of these underwires is jabbing me in the ribs.
Cut! And action!
Here, take this. It has a picture of my father on it.
Man, is he ugly.
Cut!
But I thought we were at peace with the Vikings.
That's what they want you to think. But we know better than to trust those horny barbarians. The Fungorian volunteer, oh wait, it is horny helmeted, not horny. Sorry.
Cut! And action!
Hola.
Is it time for a gratuitous sex scene yet?
Cut! What is he doing?
Gilbert, I am your father. Join me, and together we can rule the dark side of the mushroom.
You'll never turn me to the dark side of the shroom.
Actors, cut!
Could I use this Zodiac thing to predict the future? Hello? Guys, I think this smoke has finally gotten to her.
Cut!
Hi, Fergus.
Oh, young Gilbert.
We've been working all day. How about a beer for all the crew?
Yeah, beer!
All right!
Cut! This should only take a minute. Before you know it, I'll be... waiting. Cut! Get electrical up here right away.
Guys? I'm afraid of the dark. Does that ship have a name?
She's called the Titanic. Want to go for a ride?
Sure. I'm the king of the world!
What a bad line. I don't see it in the script. Cut! Action! Okay, cue the wake up. Hello! Cut! Get the paramedics in here! I thought he said he could do his own stunts. Just like Jackie Chan, my ass.
No, never.